Dear colleagues, please take your seats. We'll start in 1 minute. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, we are ready to open our plenary session of Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. Dear co-president of Euronest Parliamentary Assembly, Sergei Lagodinsky, dear president of the National Assembly of the Republic of Armenia, Mr. Alen Simonyan, dear vice president of the European Parliament, Onos Omarjee, dear Maria Karapetyan, head of delegation of Armenia, dear colleagues, members of European Parliament, members of national parliaments from Eastern Partnership, it's a great privilege to welcome you all on this plenary session of the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. Our forum is a dialogue, solidarity, and shared commitment of democratic values. It's my honor and pleasure to give the floor for the President of the National Assembly of the Republic of Armenia, Mr. Alen Simonyan, for the formal opening of the second 12th ordinary session of the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much. I will speak in Armenian, so please have your headphones on. Հարգելի համանախագահներ, Euronest խորհրդարանական վեհաժողովի հարգելի անդամներ, տիկնայք եւ պարոնայք, ուրախ եմ ողջունել ձեզ Երևանում։ Euronest խորհրդարանական վեհաժողովի 12-րդ հերթական նստաշրջանի մասնակցելու առիթով։ Սա կարևոր հարթակ է Եվրոպական միության եւ Արևելյան գործընկերության երկրների միջև առավել սերտ կապերի ամրապնդման համար։ ԵՄ-ի հետ խորհրդարանական համագործակցությունը, ինչպես նաև Արևելյան գործընկերության հսկայական ներդրում են ունեցել Հայաստանի ժողովրդավարական բարեփոխումների կայացման գործում։ Մենք հստակ ընտրել ենք ժողովրդավարացման եւ բարեփոխումների ճանապարհը եւ հաստատակամ ենք շարունակելու այդ ուղին։ Վերջին տարիներին
there has been unprecedented progress in the Republic of Armenia EU bilateral cooperation in all areas, both for political and economic partnership development, as well as for security and defense cooperation deepening. Fast is also moving the visa liberalization dialogue. Armenia is committed to the comprehensive and enhanced partnership agreement efficient implementation. At the same time, I'm convinced that the document of the recently agreed partnership agenda will contribute to the new progress for the cooperation. The Republic of Armenia National Assembly this year in March passed a law about launching the Armenia's EU accession process. It is a civil initiative, and therefore we are glad to witness the Euro integration matter active position of our society. Dear colleagues, Euronest Parliamentary Assembly's previous sessions, I had spoken about the peace establishment between Armenia and Azerbaijan, informing that the parties are on the verge of reaching an agreement. In 2025, on the 8th of August in Washington, D.C., with the participation of the U.S. President Donald Trump, the leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan signed a joint declaration. On the same day, the Ministers of Foreign Affairs of Armenia and Azerbaijan initiated an agreement on establishing peace and interstate relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan. The declaration, as well as the initial agreement, are a sign that the peace is already a reality, even though there are yet a number of humanitarian issues that are not yet addressed about the detainees and POWs that are being kept in Azerbaijan remains a serious issue that needs to be solved. Another important humanitarian priority is the issue of the missing individuals and their fate. As a result of the meeting in Washington, D.C., Armenia will work with the United States and with other parties who would be mutually agreed in order to ensure the Trump's Road for International Peace and Prosperity implementation. TRIP initiative is in line with the Armenian vision of crossroad of peace to ensure a unimpeded regional communication. It foresees both development of railroad as well as highways, as well as pipelines, electricity lines, communication cables, and other communication means between Armenia, Azerbaijan, and the neighboring countries. In this context, I would like to mention that the Republic of Armenia welcomes the new EU strategy on Black Sea. Ladies and gentlemen, Armenia has started preparations to host the European Political Community's 8th summit in the Republic of Armenia in May 2026. As of now, we are preparing to host one more large international event in 2026, in the fall of 2026. This is about the Conference of the Parties of the UN, COP17 on biodiversity. Next year is also important for the internal political life of our country because in 2026, in June, we will have the parliamentary elections in Armenia. I'm sure that the European Union support and the huge democratic reforms will result in a successful election process this time as well. Dear colleagues, once again allow me to welcome you in Yerevan and wish you an effective discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's now my pleasure to welcome Mr. Yunus Omarjee, Vice President of the European Parliament, on behalf of Ms. Roberta Metsola, President of the European Parliament. Mr. Vice President, you have the floor.
Je m'exprimerai en français.
I will be speaking French. President Simonyan, Vice President Lagodinsky, Vice President Krulko, dear parliamentarian colleagues, distinguished guests, dear friends, it's a great honor and a privilege to speak with you here today for the 12th ordinary session of the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. It's here in this historic town of Yerevan, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola. I would like to express my deep gratitude to the Armenian Parliament for their extremely warm welcome and the exemplary organization of this session. Your hospitality, dear President, and your commitment testify to the importance that you give to dialogue and to European cooperation. We must remember that the Euronest Assembly has already had this honor of meeting in Yerevan. It was 10 years ago, in 2015, and it was the 4th Euronest session, which took place here in this same room of the National Assembly. Euronest, and more specifically its Parliamentary Assembly, is far more than a simple platform for dialogue. It is the living embodiment of our joint political will. It's a space where the European Union and its partners in Eastern Europe can come together to create a shared future founded on peace, democracy, prosperity, and the respect of human rights. We're here today in a moment where the world around us is being challenged like rarely before. Global threats against security and democracy are increasing. There is economic uncertainty, geopolitical rivalries, the climate crisis, and the increase in authoritarianism. They put a huge amount of pressure on all of our societies. Given this context, our partnership is not simply highly relevant, but it is more indispensable than ever. The European Parliament stands alongside its Eastern partners, supporting their efforts to build strong societies, to build democratic and safe societies. We will do so not just as observers, but we are doing so as allies, united by shared values and a joint destiny. Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine has revealed a key fundamental reality. Europe's security is indivisible. An attack against one of us is an attack against all of those who believe in freedom and who believe in democracy. And this is why we must remain united and resolute against external threats. And we will continue to express our complete solidarity with the Ukrainian people. They are not only defending their sovereignty, but also those principles that the entire European project is based upon. The European Parliament supports the opening of new negotiation chapters in order to move the accession process for Ukraine forwards as quickly as possible. We also reiterate our steadfast commitment to provide security guarantees to Ukraine and to support their efforts of reconstruction and reform. The European Parliament also warmly commends Moldova for the excellent progress which has been made on the European path. The recent legislative elections reiterated the commitment of the Moldovan people towards a democratic and European future. We also commend the determined efforts of the government to tackle corruption, to strengthen justice, and to build a resilient economy. Moldova has shown leadership and courage in its accession talks. And the European Parliament stands alongside Moldova with unwavering solidarity as it approaches accession to the European Union. We also commend Armenia and Azerbaijan for the first steps that have been made towards peace. This is extremely important. The European Parliament is committed to supporting this very delicate but absolutely vital process in order to create the conditions for a just and sustainable peace, which will be a source of stability and prosperity for the entire region. Armenia's recent decisions are extremely important. As has been said, historic law has just been adopted. By doing so, the Armenian Parliament has sent a very clear and powerful message. Armenians see their future within Europe. This is not just a simple symbolic gesture, but rather a strategic choice to join the family of European democracies. Once again, the European Parliament is ready to accompany and to support Armenia on this historic path. Of course, if they decide to officially table their candidacy to accede to the European Union. This clear movement towards Europe is in line with the momentum which has already happened in terms of the European Union and Armenia coming closer together. Beyond political declarations, we have our partnership, which is very tangible through certain actions, especially with the economy, where the cooperation between the EU and Armenia has reached an excellent level. It's also shown by the economic plan and the Eastern Partnership investment. We're uniting our forces in order to create jobs, to modernize infrastructure, and to open up new opportunities for young Armenians. Together, we would demonstrate that when the EU and Armenia move forward together, they can build a more prosperous, a fairer future for everybody. On the other hand, dear colleagues, Georgia's path is extremely concerning. Democratic backsliding, pressure on civil society, and attempts to weaken fundamental freedoms cast a shadow on its European path. The European Parliament firmly condemns the violent repression, arbitrary detention, and acts of torture against peaceful protesters, civil society actors, the political opposition, and the independent media. And we call for the unconditional and immediate liberation of all political prisoners, and we call on the Georgian authorities to immediately get rid of all laws which limit the freedom to protest and press freedoms as well. The European Parliament also condemns any reduction in the space in which civil society can move. We're calling for immediate corrective measures and are strongly reminding you that any movement towards European integration will depend on the restoration of democratic standards and the full respect of fundamental rights. When it comes to Belarus, the European Parliament remains determined. We reiterate our unwavering support to the democratic forces in Belarus, and we continue to demand for the respect of human rights, the respect of democratic freedoms, and the immediate liberation of all political prisoners. We also call on the Belarusian authorities to engage in authentic dialogue with civil society, which are represented here, as well as with the opposition, and to undertake democratic reforms in line with the will of the Belarusian people. Dear colleagues, we are opening a new chapter in the Eastern Partnership. So it is essential to keep at the heart of all of our action the strengthening of democratic institutions, defending human rights, and protecting the rule of law. In a time where disinformation and hybrid threats exist, and where the truth is struggling to get out, at the time where truth has become a political battle, defending human rights and defending the rule of law, in a time where there is a huge amount of hybrid threats and disinformation, in this era, close collaboration is vital in order to promote information which is reliable and to support independent media, as well as the civil society and human rights defenders, who are pillars of a resilient democracy. This assembly is ideally placed in order to feed into this debate. It acts as a bridge for political dialogue between the representatives of our citizens, and it's an engine for regional integration and for peace. Over the last few years, it's consolidated its democratic governance, it's encouraged economic convergence, strengthened cooperation in security, in energy and in the digital sphere, whilst also anchoring its Eastern partners more solidly within the European sphere. Given the current geopolitical context, which I remind you is marked by war, by democratic backsliding, and a resurgence in authoritarianism, this Eastern Partnership must adapt. It must adapt in order to remain a key anchoring instrument of institutional support and of defending the rule of law within a larger European neighbourhood framework. As a European Parliament, we remain fully determined to strengthen this partnership, whilst ensuring that Euronest continues to be a real leading light of collaboration, of mutual understanding and progress through dialogue. And with that, I would like to thank you for supporting the vision of the Eastern Partnership. I wish you all the best for the upcoming meetings and fruitful discussions which will take place today and tomorrow, as well as in the future. Now, before finishing, allow me to once again express our deep gratitude to our Armenian hosts. Thank you to the Parliament of the Republic of Armenia for its warm welcome, for its excellent organisation, and above all for this spirit of openness which has really characterised this session, and which will characterise the talks to come as well. Thank you to the Armenian people as well for their hospitality, their resilience and their steadfast attachment to democratic values and European values that we all share. We share your commitment and your determination to build a peaceful and prosperous future within the larger European family, and that inspires the respect and the admiration of everybody and of the entire European Parliament. We express our sincere gratitude and our deepest friendship. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President, for this excellent and inspiring speech. And I would like to give the floor to my esteemed colleague and dear friend, co-president Ivan Krulko. Please, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, it's a great privilege to welcome you at this plenary session, and it's a special honor for me to be in Yerevan again for the plenary session of the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. The last time the Euronest meeting took place in Yerevan was at the end of February 2022, a few days before Russian full-scale invasion to Ukraine, and I was present here just 2 days before this full-scale invasion. And I'm really happy to be here again, and we meet at a time of unpredicted challenges. The brutal and ongoing Russian war of aggression against Ukraine has reshaped Europe's security landscape. It has exposed vulnerabilities, but it also revealed extraordinary strength. The strength of unity, courage, and shared values that bind the European Union and its Eastern partners together. Russia is a mere and direct threat to security of every European nation. Russia's recent violation of our airspace and of other European states confirms that its ultimate goal extends far beyond Ukraine. In fact, all of Europe is under Russian potential aggressive actions. Russia understands only a language of strength. So we need strong actions, sanctions against Russia and its allies. We must stop buying Russian oil and gas, thus reducing Russia's ability to fight. Full use of frozen Russian assets for Ukraine's defense and recovery is needed. In this regard, the Eastern Partnership and our Assembly is more relevant than ever. Today, Euronest is called to play its own to bring comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine. At the same time, it remains a key tool for resilience, stability, and democratic reforms in our neighborhood. But it is time to renew it, to make it fit for today's realities and tomorrow's challenges. The Eastern Partnership and our Assembly must evolve into a more flexible and dynamic framework. At the same time, more for more, less for less, must guide our approach. Progress depends on reform, respect for democracy, and the rule of law. This is how our partnership maintains credibility and transformative power. Integration is a driving force of the European project. In this regard, I am delighted that Ukraine and Moldova are engines of reform. And of course, I would like to congratulate Armenia. They adopted special law about European integration of Armenia. This is so important, and this is another example that Eastern Partnership and Euronest Parliamentary Assembly is so important for all of us. Today, Ukraine and Moldova are not just participants. They are leaders. Their resilience, reforms, and European aspiration inspire others. Supporting their integration helps spread European values and democrats the path of successful transformation. To a country, any politically motivated obstacles and blocking of our path to the European Union can demotivate Eastern partners and undermine the relevance of Eastern Partnership. I am confident that it is up to EU member states to ensure that accession process will be free from any unilateral blocking. Security must now be central to our partnership. In the world of hybrid threats, cyber attacks, and disinformation, we must protect democratic institutions and enhance resilience. Civil society is the backbone of democracy. The partnership should support independent media, human rights defenders, and civic organizations. Economic resilience is another cornerstone. Our partnership should strengthen connectivity in transport, energy, and digital networks, while implementing the EU's global gateway strategy. Enhanced cooperation between Eastern partners can create new trade and innovation opportunities. Stronger engagement with Central Asia, particularly in energy and connectivity, can increase the region's strategic importance and integration with Europe's economy. Flexibility, inclusivity, and principle-based engagement will keep the partnership relevant to the geopolitical environment evolves. Dear friends, our Assembly is a parliamentary engine of the renewed Eastern Partnership. As parliamentarians, we bear a special responsibility. Euronest should serve as a democratic engine of this transformation, turning dialogue into direction, commitments into action. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, and now I have privilege to give the floor to my dear co-president and my friend Sergei Lagodinsky to say his opening remarks. Please, Sergei, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, Excellencies, members of the European Parliament and partner parliaments, distinguished representatives of the European Commission and the EAS, and our hosts from the National Assembly of the Republic of Armenia, dear President, welcome to the 12th ordinary session of the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. It is a great pleasure and a great responsibility to open this plenary together with my colleagues, with co-presidents and friends from across our shared region. Let me begin with expressing my deep gratitude to our Armenian hosts for their hospitality. It is a real pleasure to be here today, and it is only fitting that Maria will be taking over the co-presidency during this session, the co-presidency of the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. I look forward to working with her, just as I will be working with huge pleasure with my current co-president, Ivan Krulko, whom I value immensely. It is always a great pleasure to be hosted in this country and to be a witness of its strong consciousness for European identity, something that you sealed in this hall just a couple of months ago by the law, which was very, very clear in its direction. Commitment to European values and a firm belief in power of democracy, cooperation, including at this parliamentary level. And yes, we need to act. And yes, we have little time. Indeed, we have no time to lose. The geopolitical reality around us is changing fast. The Russian war of aggression against Ukraine has turned the Black Sea into a hotspot of global significance. This war is not only about Ukraine's sovereignty, it is about the security of all of us, of the Southern Caucasus, of our candidates and partners, and of Europe itself, of us, ourselves. It is about global food chains, about energy, about trade, about freedom of navigation, and ultimately about the future of democracy, about our identity in the EU and in the neighborhood. We in the EU have learned it the hard way that dependencies can be weaponized. The one-sided over-dependencies that were turned against us. They can be used as instruments of blackmail. We saw this in Moldova. We see it daily in Ukraine. And we saw it with our energy dependencies in the European Union. This is why we must diversify our routes, our sources, and our partnerships. And we must also respond to the climate crisis, which now crosses every borders. Just a few days ago, Odessa faced devastation not only from constant missile threats and missile attacks and drones, but also from floods. These crises are all interconnected. We are all interconnected, and so should be our response. Euronest is the best answer to these challenges. Connectivity, Black Sea strategy, all the programs that we discussed here, and the mutual trust. Nothing of this will be possible without peace. Renewed prospects for peace in our neighborhood. The historical agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan, reached with international support, has opened doors that were closed for decades. Having just spoken with colleagues from both sides, I can sense a genuine desire to move forward, to modernize routes, to reopen economies, and to turn the page of hostility. This gives us hope that connectivity and partnership will soon be built on trust. Yesterday, one of our committees dealt with all those matters, and economic integration, energy security, social matters, all of this was dealt by the committees. But what is clear, and what I want to position and to emphasize again and again and again, peace and the peace treatment and the peace treaty that was reached by these two countries is a huge historical achievement. And no matter how much misinformation is spread about our European position on this, we unequivocally and committedly support the peace treaty and this peace process. Some of our critics have written, and I quote, "Something is rotten within Euronest." Well, if they smell something, they should look around themselves. Here in Yerevan, I smell only trust. I smell good mood and innovative ideas. I smell cooperation and courage and a sense of common destiny. This is what Euronest is about, not dismembration, but renewal. And yes, it's time to act and to join forces, not complain and not lament. And this is what we do these days. We started yesterday with committees. We continue today with this plenary. There is no time for lamenting. People who come together, who come here, they are not lamenting, like our Moldovan friends who sent representation here, no matter how busy they are at home, with forming their new pro-democratic, pro-European government. Welcome here, dear Adrian, from the Moldovan Parliament, and congratulations on your win. People who gather here are not lamenting, they're acting, like our Ukrainian friends, who despite continuous bombing and missile attacks, despite worries about their children and their families, about the upcoming winter, about reconstructing schools and houses after bombings, built a strong delegation to join us here and traveled all the way to Armenia to join forces with us. This is action and not lamenting. People who gather here are not lamenting. They are leading, like my Ukrainian co-president, who has been always the supporting and orienting partner throughout this difficult period of preparation of this session. While sitting in bomb shelters and legislating under missiles, Ivan have always been here for me and for Euronest. Thank you for this. Yes, people who gather here are not lamenting, they are creating. Like our Armenian hosts who, despite all the strains of peace process, the flow of refugees, the worries about their citizens in foreign captivities, they have taken on themselves to task of hosting us and have done so in the most hospitable and most professional manner. Thank you, dear Maria, who has organized political will and enthusiasm for Euronest, something that resonates throughout the meeting. Yes, people who are here are not lamenting. We are daring, like your president, Pashinyan, whom we met just a couple of days ago, embracing peace, embracing democracy, and embracing new ways. And yes, no democracy is perfect. It's not even perfect in the European Union. And yes, we will criticize some aspects of your democracies, just like you can criticize some aspects of ours. But one thing is for sure, we trust your democracy. We trust your country, and we trust your government. It's no time to lament, it's time to inspire. Like our colleagues from Turkey, who have joined here us and their Armenian hosts, who have welcomed them, not forgetting the past full of pain, losses, and victims, but looking together for a joint cooperative future, full of cooperation, full of hope, full of trust, with a renewed and broader Eastern Partnership. Thank you for joining us. No, people who gathering here are not lamenting and writing letters that they put into the press. They are fighting for their freedom like courageous Belarusian democratic forces who joined us here just yesterday to discuss their situation despite the threats and despite the risks that they undergo when they come also here to Armenia. Thank you for joining us. People gathering here are not lamenting. They are staying strong, like the representatives of the Georgian civil society and political parties who came and stayed here despite the fact that authorities have imprisoned their friends and their colleagues, and despite the fact that just yesterday some of their own parties were threatened with the procedures of banning them. And still they are here, they are discussing, and they are bringing their perspective. We from the European Parliament say it very clearly. This decision was undemocratic and runs against democracy and plurality in a country that aspires membership in the European Union. Thank you for joining us. Colleagues, our task as the plenary is to translate all this vision, all this courage, all this trust into action through resolutions, through dialogue, and through concrete parliamentary initiatives. The Euronest Assembly is not a museum of good intentions. It is a workshop of democratic practice. And this practice we do. Here we turn the words Eastern Partnership into a living community of legislators with us, but also with our neighbors from the neighboring regions. Here we turn the words Eastern Partnership into a living community of legislators who share responsibility for the security, prosperity, and sustainability of our region. Let this session in Yerevan be remembered as a turning point, not because of who was absent, but because of what those present have achieved together, what we have achieved. Let us leave this city with renewed conviction that the future of the Black Sea, of South Caucasus, and Europe itself will be built by parliaments that cooperate, trust, and act.
Thank you, dear Co-President, for your strong speech. And now I would like to give the floor for Mrs. Audron Perkauskina, Deputy Managing Director, Director for Eastern Europe and Central Asia in the European External Action Service, on behalf of Mrs. Kaja Kallas, High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. Please, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, I have to very honestly admit that speaking after such inspiring and visionary politicians, for me a diplomat is never easy. It is a pleasure for me today to be here with you, and I would like to underline, like Sergei just said, that every one of you who are here, you are definitely not lamenting, and you are fighting for a better future. And I would like to emphasize the importance of Euronest's role in promoting and strengthening regional collaboration within the Eastern Partnership. Your work is crucial in facilitating political association and closer economic but also human ties between the European Union and its Eastern Europe partners. As regards national parliaments in partner countries, your commitment and determination is central for advancing reforms, and sometimes it's a very difficult task. Parliaments, as the cornerstone of democratic governance, play a pivotal role in shaping policies, representing the voice of people, and ensuring accountability within societies. Now let me say a few words about the recent geopolitical developments. Russia's full-scale invasion in Ukraine fundamentally reshaped the European Union's eastern neighborhood. The invasion shattered the post-Cold War security order and led to significant consequences for individual Eastern Partnership countries. Russia is escalating in Ukraine and is now directly targeting the EU, increasingly aggressive and increasingly reckless. Ukraine's resolute defense of its territorial integrity is also a defense of Europe's security. EU's position is clear. We are determined to support Ukraine till the victory. The EU's Eastern partner countries have to bear the impact of a fundamentally altered geopolitical landscape, facing unprecedented Russia's hybrid threats and interference in democratic processes. Moldova case was mentioned by several speakers. Moldova during last year's presidential elections and referendum, as well as during the parliamentary elections in September this year, faced unprecedented hybrid attacks. The results of these elections demonstrated that it is possible to build resilience against such threats. Despite challenging economic circumstances and full-fare hybrid warfare, Moldovan society has not succumbed to manipulation or populism. Instead, it's steadfastly pursuing reforms and European integration. And I would like to underline, as the European Union, we stand ready to help democracies counter hybrid threats where election integrity may be at risk. Ukraine remains determined to advance crucial internal reforms, essential for future EU accession and membership. This unwavering commitment reflects how deeply Ukrainians see their fight for freedom as part of their fight for European future. As for Armenia and Azerbaijan, indeed a success story. A historic breakthrough was achieved in Washington on 8th of August and brought the region an important step closer to lasting peace and stability. The EU strongly supports the Armenia-Azerbaijan normalization process and stands ready to invest in regional connectivity and full opening to benefit first and foremost populations divided by conflict legacies and to bring the region closer to sustainable peace, stability, and prosperity. This new momentum in the normalization process promises to open up unprecedented economic and human opportunities, opportunities based on the reopening of borders and the establishment of cross-border links. Working together to boost regional connectivity and people-to-people contacts is therefore key. And recent developments in bilateral EU-Armenia relations reflect Armenia's accelerating pivot closer to the EU. The picture is less optimistic in Georgia, where democratic backsliding led to de facto halt of the country's EU accession process. And I can only echo what Sergei said. GD's announced initiative of a constitutional court lawsuit against several opposition parties represents a direct attack of the principle of democratic pluralism, and it is of huge concern. The Eastern Partnership also remains a platform for continued engagement with people of Belarus. The European Union continues to stand by the Belarusian people in their demand for a democratic, sovereign, and independent Belarus. It remains firmly committed to supporting civil society, democratic forces, and efforts to ensure accountability for human rights violations. Now, a few words about regional Eastern Partnership framework. After Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the Eastern Partnership was redesigned to respond better to the changed geopolitical environment. Some work strands were terminated and new ones, especially related to security, introduced. Important to know that Eastern Partnership continues to support our core principles, promoting democracy, human rights, fundamental freedoms, and the rule of law, while simultaneously adapting to new realities and maximizing impact. This means supporting accession countries in the region while continuing to strengthen resilience, supporting socio-economic development, and fostering closer ties with all of our partners. It also means empowering civil society, empowering youth, and ensuring our cooperation directly benefits all our citizens. In this evolving environment, connectivity must also be the forefront of the Eastern Partnership's future. Strengthening connectivity will powerfully reinforce the EU's ties with its eastern neighbors, foster sustainable economic growth, and create vital opportunities for development. Looking ahead, the Eastern Partnership will be implemented in complementarity with joint communication on EU strategic approach to the Black Sea strategy. The Black Sea is an area of significant geostrategic importance, underscored by Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and the grave consequences for global security, trade routes, and regional alliances. Just last week, we had a very important new strategic development a high-level ministerial meeting on cross-regional security and connectivity that brought together EU 27 member states, but also our Eastern partners, Black Sea partners, Turkey, and also Central Asia. The EU's vision for the Eastern Partnership and Black Sea region to be a secure, interconnected, and prosperous space was confirmed and shared also by our partners in the broader neighborhood. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, we have succeeded in creating a strong and stable framework for regional cooperation. This is an achievement of paramount importance, which we have accomplished together, despite the difficult political context in the region. The subject of today's debate, a new chapter for the Eastern Partnership in the age of regional and global threats to security and democracy, is very important. I am convinced that in this new chapter we can find not only challenges, but also many new opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Adrian Kirali, Director of the European Commission's DG Euronest, on behalf of Marta Kos, European Commissioner for Enlargement. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. You all have difficult names. Honorable parliamentarians, distinguished guests, it's really a pleasure for me to be here today and to address the 12th ordinary session of Euronest Parliamentary Assembly here in Yerevan on behalf of Commissioner Marta Kos. And first of all, let me start by thanking our Armenian hosts and all members of Euronest for your continued support to the Eastern Partnership, especially in these challenging times, but also very informative times. As Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine continues, the EU stands firmly in support of the Ukrainian people. The EU and its member states remain Ukraine's largest donors. Beyond the 50 billion euros package in the Ukrainian facility, the EU is also contributing with more than 18 billion euros to the G7's 45 billion euros initiative for Ukraine. At the same time, we also support the preparations for Ukraine's EU accession, and despite the ongoing war, Ukraine has shown impressive commitment to reform, a momentum that we must preserve. Despite the challenges, there are also encouraging developments that have been mentioned by the distinguished speakers before me, but allow me to also reflect on some of them. With the establishment of peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan through the Washington Agreement and the TRIP connectivity route, we have a historic opportunity to strengthen regional stability, cross-border cooperation, and connectivity in the South Caucasus. Commissioner Kos recently traveled to both countries to express the EU's readiness to support consolidation of peace and investment in regional connectivity. And as we meet here in Yerevan today, I would also like to underline that our bilateral relations with Armenia are at an unprecedented level of dynamism. We are implementing together the Resilience and the Growth Plan, and we will continue to support Armenia in key areas, including the support to increase its resilience in light of the upcoming elections. Turning to Moldova, we are also at a very promising momentum. The recent elections have reaffirmed the country's European path, despite the Russian interference. Moldova's ambition to achieve EU accession by 2030 will demand ambitious reforms and ambitious pace, but the country has already shown remarkable progress under very challenging circumstances, and we will be there to support further. Amid all these developments, the Eastern Partnership continues to serve as a platform for dialogue, regional cooperation, and mutual support. And we have to also pause a bit to reflect on concrete results that have been delivered. EU trade with the region has increased by more than 75% in the past decade. Alignment on areas such as food safety, customs, procedures, public procurement have really supported growth in the region. Through the EU's Global Gateway, almost 19 billion euros in public-private investments have been mobilized, and this has helped 200,000 SMEs to generate income, but also to create jobs. Infrastructure connectivity has also been improved. For example, over 2,200 kilometers of priority roads and railways have been completed under the extended Trans-European Transport Network since 2021. We're also continuing our support of civil society. More than 300 million euros have been allocated since 2021. This funding has so far benefited close to 3,000 local and grassroots organizations, ensuring necessary resources to continue their vital work. This includes support to the Belarusian civil society and keeping a future democratic Belarus on the top of our agenda. Dear colleagues, as our partners pursue diverse paths towards the European Union, the Eastern Partnership remains a flexible and inclusive framework, one that allows us to address shared priorities, but also at the same time respecting each country's specific circumstances. Looking ahead, this work must continue. We need to uphold core values of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, while adapting to the emerging challenges and opportunities. Turning to Belarus, the situation remains deeply concerning. The recent release of political prisoners is a welcome step, but repression persists. Over 1,200 individuals remain detained for political reasons, and new arrests occur daily. Until we see a fundamental change in the regime, we must continue to apply democratic pressure on the regime while supporting the people of Belarus. Earlier this month, in Brussels, we have held the EU senior officials meeting on Belarus, where Svetlana Tikhanovskaya outlined her strategy for democratic change in the country. From our side in the EU, we remain committed to prioritizing human rights, civil society, and independent media in the way forward. A few words also from my side on Georgia. The democratic backsliding remains a serious concern, and we have taken appropriate measures to address some of these issues, including the downgrade of political contacts, but also suspension of our financial assistance, which was benefiting the authorities. The EU accession process remains de facto halted. At the same time, we stand firmly with the Georgian people and their aspirations, and we will continue to support Georgian civil society and independent media. Allow me to say a few words on our upcoming flagship initiatives. Building on the success of the Eastern Partnership, the EU has adopted the strategic approach to the Black Sea in May this year. The strategy extends our engagement towards a wider region, reinforcing security, connectivity, and sustainable development. The strategy is built on 3 pillars. First, enhancing security, stability, and resilience. Second, fostering sustainable growth and prosperity. And third, promoting environmental protection, climate resilience, and civil protection. At the heart of this ambitious initiative is the connectivity flagship. This will be the main flagship for the upcoming period, linking energy, transport, trade, and the digital sectors. This is part of a broader agenda, connecting Europe to Central Asia via the Black Sea, Turkey, and the South Caucasus. Our objective is to modernize infrastructure, coupled with soft connectivity measures, and in the fields of trade, transport, energy, and digital, with the main objective of unlocking the economic potential of the Trans-Caspian Transport Corridor, and also with the broader objective of bringing long-term regional stability, peace, and reconciliation. We have already taken concrete steps in the implementation of this flagship. Just last week, High Representative and Vice President Kaja Kallas, Commissioners Marta Kos and Josef Sikela co-chaired a ministerial meeting on cross-regional security and connectivity in Luxembourg that brought together EU member states and partners from the Eastern Partnership, South Caucasus, and Central Asia. All the participants underscored their determination to deepen cooperation in the areas of common interest enhance mutual resilience, and promote more connected, secure, and prosperous regions. The meeting marked a milestone in launching this cross-regional connectivity agenda, and we will be implementing this also through a coordination framework that was announced by Commissioner Marta Kroes to help priority projects in the region. But for this framework to be successful, we need everybody. We need the EU member states, partner countries, investors, and also financial institutions to come and drive high-impact projects. We are currently mapping the existing expertise and also the needs so that we can really move into a result-driven cooperation. Honorable members, the Eastern Partnership and the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly have always embodied dialogue, cooperation, and shared commitment to our common values. As we expand our cooperation to these new regional initiatives, the Black Sea Strategy, the Connectivity Agenda, the Eastern Partnership remains the foundation on which this broader engagement is built. The European Commission stands ready to work with all of you, the Eastern partners, civil society, and this Assembly to carry forward this vision to bring peaceful, democratic, and connected region in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have a video message, so I hope we are ready to do it. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, Democratic representative of Belarus, is not able to travel to Yerevan, but she has sent a video message. So we will watch it, and please do it.
Dear President Lagodinsky, President Krulko, dear members of the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly, let me start by congratulating Armenia for hosting such a remarkable event. Armenia becomes a true inspiration to Belarusian people, and we truly admire your progress on the path to European integration. I want to commend Speaker Simonyan, Prime Minister Pashinyan, and Minister Mirzayan. Under your leadership, I'm sure Armenia will succeed as a peaceful, prosperous, and independent country, and one day member of the European Union. Also, I want to thank co-presidents Ivan Krulko and Sergei Lagodinsky, and also to Rasa Yukhnevichenia for gathering such a spectacular crowd of lawmakers together, and for ensuring that Belarus is also present. For us, Euronest is more than just another platform. It is a unique space where nations with similar problems can share pain, but also success. For us Belarusians, it's the only format where we can meet fellow parliamentarians from Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, or Moldova. The very fact that Belarus is represented by Belarusian society and democratic forces, not an illegitimate regime, sends the powerful message to those inside Belarus that you distinguish the regime and the people, and that the place of Belarus is in Europe. 2 years ago, Belarusian democratic forces declared European integration our priority. For some, it seems to be a distant future, but as history shows, dictatorships collapse when no one expects. Changes can come quickly, and we must be ready for them. And Euronest is exactly the place where we can prepare for these changes, and primarily to learn from your experiences from other countries which are much more successful than we have been so far. For example, we can learn a lot from Moldova. In recent years, Moldova made a huge progress signing the Security and Defense Pact with the European Union. And I congratulate the Moldovan people and my dear friend Maya Sandu on that. We use Moldovan experience for drafting laws for New Belarus too. So when the moment comes, we can make the integration fast, efficient, and irreversible. The recent victory of pro-European forces shows that Moldovan society is united and mature, but also that Russia is not almighty. You won the election despite Russian blatant attempts to disrupt your institutions and undermine your leadership. We can also learn from Armenia. Despite challenges, despite pressure, Armenia moves to Europe step by step and deserves only admiration. We want to work more with Armenia, in particular by creating a group for democratic Belarus in the Armenian National Assembly. Such groups exist in 23 countries, including Ukraine, Moldova, or Georgia. My heart particularly aches for Georgia. We do hope that Georgia will also return to European integration too. I know how much Georgian people want a European and democratic future. And we, as Belarusians, we stand with Georgian people. And of course, greetings to our friends from Azerbaijan. We are very much open and interested in establishing relations with Azerbaijan. I'm sure that we can find a common ground and common interest too. I'm so happy to see members of the European Parliament, the fortress of European democracy. Just last week, together with my husband Sergei, released after 5 years of solitary confinement, we met at the plenary in Strasbourg. Thank you for your powerful resolution on Belarus, showing that you distinguish the regime and the Belarusian people, that you don't recognize Lukashenko but democratic forces. For your powerful message, dictator Lukashenko and his cronies must be brought to account. And finally, I heartily greet our Ukrainian friends. Дорогі друзі, your fight is our fight, our common fight for freedom. We all fight for the same future and against the same enemy, Imperial Russia. As we speak, hundreds of Belarusians are fighting shoulder to shoulder with Ukrainians. Hundreds of political prisoners are sentenced in Belarus for supporting Ukraine. And at every meeting, at every forum, I repeat, Ukraine must win. And Ukraine must be given everything it needs. If Ukraine is strong, Europe united, and Putin weakened, it will also open the chance for Belarus democracy and independence. As Belarusian democratic forces, we will continue to strengthen our cooperation with Ukraine. And I want to invite Ukrainian parliamentarians to the 5th Ostrozhsky Forum, held in Lviv and Kyiv from November 11th to November 15th. Dear friends, all our countries have had a different experience in the last 30 years. But we have one goal: to become part of the prosperous and democratic European Union, which we are going to make stronger, not weaker. I always say that we need more Europe in Belarus and more Belarus in Europe. And we definitely need a stronger presence of the democratic forces in the Euronest. And I think it's time to raise the question of our observer status in the Euronest. Our delegation will be formed of representatives of our legitimate democratic structures, United Transitional Cabinet and the Coordination Council. Given Belarusian democratic forces, the observer status will send a strong message. Belarusians, we count with you. Your struggle is not in vain, as it has a clear goal to become part of Europe where you belong. Dear friends, we don't ask you to fight for us, but we need allies. We have a goal, but we need support and inspiration. So thank you for being this inspiration and encouraging us. Thank you for staying with Belarusian people. Живи Беларусь, long live Europe.
So now let me welcome the representatives of the observers of the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. First, I give the floor for Mr. Csaba Borboli, Vice President of the Harghita County Council, member of the Committee of the Regions and Korlip. Please, Mr. Borboli, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, It is a great honor and a pleasure for me to be with you today to greet you and say a couple of words on behalf of European Committee of the Regions and the Conference of Regional and Local Authorities for the Eastern Partnership, CORLI. The European Committee of the Regions is the voice of cities, municipalities and the regions in the European Union. Throughout us citizens have their voice heard in Brussels, where the decisions that affect the lives of hundreds of millions
Microphone, please.
Are shaped and taken. In that regard, our work is complementary to the European Parliament and the fact that the buildings of our two European institutions are connected with the bridge carries a nice symbolic message. Just 2 days ago, 27 October, CORLI successfully completed the 14th annual meeting. It took place here in this beautiful city, Yerevan. Before sharing the details and results of our meeting, I would like to point out how similar our two cooperation formats are. Our objectives are broadly similar, our structures are very similar. We may almost say in slightly simplified way that Euronest is at the national level and the level of European Parliament. CORLI is the local and regional level. But both formats function in framework of the Eastern Partnership. When both Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova became EU candidate countries in June 2022, some people in both candidate countries and the EU have started to ask what the Eastern Partnership is actually for, and therefore Euronest and CORLI. Today, we know one thing for sure. For the near future Eastern Partnership and therefore Euronest and CORLI are here to stay. And not just to stay, but to work together for the benefits of our citizens, our cities, regions and countries, both in the EU and in partner countries. We, CORLI and Euronest can and should create synergies. In practical terms, it does not mean just the exchange of views at staff meetings and meetings between the leaders, but probably also creating a network among us and implementing common projects and programs for the benefit of our citizens. As for our annual meeting that took place so recently, I can inform you with satisfaction that our meeting was a successful one. We discussed three main topics: the new strategic approach of the EU towards the Black Sea region, the state and perspective of decentralization in the Eastern Partnership, and the discussion and adaptation of the 2025-2029 CORLI Action Plan. The new Black Sea strategy covers almost the same geographical area as the Eastern Partnership. Therefore, includes also the countries such as Armenia, closely connected to the Black Sea, although without the Black Sea coast. We also dealt with decentralization, in particular fiscal decentralization, which is one of the topics dearest to local and regional politicians. This was an opportunity to share the finding of the study on the division of powers between the different levels of government in Eastern Partnership countries, specifically Armenia and Azerbaijan, commissioned by the Committee of the Regions. In line with current priorities, we also wish to emphasize the key role of innovation and digitalization. Advancing digital public services, encouraging a smart solution for local governance, and fostering cooperation on digital innovation are crucial for sustainable economic and social development. Cross-border cooperation programs continue to play a vital part in connecting regions and communities, fostering exchange and producing tangible results across borders in fields like infrastructure, education, youth and culture. Finally, capacity building, training and the exchange of good practices remain critical to empowering local leaders, strengthening public administration and civil society, and making our communities even more resilient and future ready. Not wishing to tire you with long speeches. Before I conclude, let me repeat that the Committee of the Region and CORLIP will continue to support Ukraine's just fight for as long as necessary in the face of ongoing Russian aggression. Supporting Ukraine means standing side by side with the entire region, preserving stability and peace for EU and Eastern Partnership citizens, while recognizing that destabilizing actions extend beyond Ukraine and often use non-military means. We should pay attention to disinformation and how information is used, manipulation affecting Moldova, Eastern Partnership countries, and even EU member states, my country, Romania, being a primary target, and remember that one is truly spared. That is exactly why we should continue standing together, standing by our common policies, principles and goals, despite the rich variety of regions on the European Union and beyond here in Europe's East. Peace, stability, prosperity, democracy, and the rule of law, that is what our citizens want and deserve. Let's keep working hard in both Euronest and CORLIP to deliver to our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, thank you for your kind attention, and I wish you an excellent work today. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Lasha Tugushi, co-chair of the Steering Committee of the Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum. Please, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, dear members of the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly, dear Armenian hosts, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to speak today on behalf of Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum. We gather at a time of profound transformation, a moment that is testing our democratic institutions and the resilience of our societies. Russia continues to be the main threat to the Eastern Partnership countries. It intensified hybrid attacks and continues its war of aggression against Ukraine and occupation of parts of Moldova's and Georgia's territories. In this context, marked by political turmoil and geopolitical complexity, the Eastern Partnership policy has maintained its role as safeguard, anchoring the Eastern Partnership countries and their societies to the EU, regardless of any presidency and type of bilateral agreement. At the same time, civil society remains the frontline defender of democratic values and societal resilience, and continues to advocate for democratic reforms despite mounting security and internal and external pressures. Following the official opening of EU accession negotiations, last year the completion of Ukraine's and Moldova's bilateral screening marks a historical turning point. It's a testament to the determination of Moldovan and Ukrainian societies to embrace reform and defend their European future. However, this progress coexists with serious threats. Hybrid warfare, election interference and disinformation campaigns continue to undermine public trust and polarize our societies. Recent electoral campaigns in the Republic of Moldova and Georgia faced aggressive disinformation. Despite these challenges, civil society has proven its central role in safeguarding democratic processes and countering fake Russian propaganda. From promoting the vetting of judges and prosecutors and strengthening anti-corruption systems in Moldova, to supporting Ukraine's reform and reconstruction efforts even in the context of the war. In Armenia, civil society continues to defend democratic progress, despite fragility and external pressures in a context where Russia is stepping up efforts to reassert its influence in the country ahead of next year's parliamentary elections. In Georgia, my country, young people, journalists and activists, pro-European politicians, ordinary citizens demonstrated extraordinary courage in the face of shrinking civic space and growing authoritarian tendencies. Unfortunately, many of them are behind the bar. They must be released. What about civil society? Civil society needs more political, moral and financial support. Many stopped operating while others have relocated and reoriented their work abroad in the EU and the neighbor countries, notably Armenia. In this context, for civil society, access to funding becomes critical to function effectively. The current situation in Georgia has also serious consequences on the several Azerbaijani civil society organizations that were operating via their Georgian intermediaries. This is having an impact of their daily operations and on their interconnection with regional counterparts. In Azerbaijan, the overall situation of civil society worsened and the repression remains severe. Authorities have increasingly focused on legal and financial allegations, such as smuggling or financial crimes, in addition to directly targeting civil society organizations for the nature of content of their activities. The Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum continues to ensure that Belarusian civil society remain connected regionally with democratically minded peers in the Eastern Partnership countries. In this challenging environment, continuing investing in effective rule of law reforms and democratic institutions is the only way to increase long-term resiliency. Here, the role of the civil society is fundamental. Upholding the rule of law by strengthening the legal frameworks, enhancing cross-border cooperation, and ensuring fully equipped law enforcement agencies to protect fundamental rights and maintain public trust. A post-2027 Eastern Partnership policy must continue to prioritize the broad aspect of security through enhancing resilience and information sharing and joint response mechanisms. This is key to the overall security of the region to counter threats of disinformation and foreign interference. Another important component of the Eastern Partnership policy is the regional dimension. A stronger regional cooperation in the field of security, including a human security approach, contributes to democratization and economic development. Including a human security approach in the Eastern Partnership region remains relevant to all countries which have active or protracted conflicts on their territory. It's the case of Ukraine, where civil society groups have played a key role in the country's defense against Russia through their rapid mobilization across the multiple domains. We should not forget EU membership remains a security guarantee for Ukraine, both in the context of the war and an existential goal. Since the start of the full-scale invasion, notable examples of solidarity took place among the civil society, notable by Georgian and the Moldovan civil societies in supporting their Ukrainian colleagues with relocation. The challenges we face, from war and disinformation to democratic backlashing, are many, yet the resilience, courage and solidarity actions of civil societies across Eastern Europe continue to inspire hope. The strengthening of our partnership is not measured solely by treaties or trade volumes, but by trust and cooperation among our people. Civil society is the voice of the trust. Together we can ensure the Eastern Partnership remains not only a policy, but a shared vision for peace, prosperity and resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, as previously noted, I would like to emphasize that the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly is founded on democratic values. It's therefore only natural that the transfer of leadership within our Assembly also take place in a democratic and transparent manner. I would like to sincerely thank you to my co-president and good friend Sergei for the close and fruitful cooperation we have enjoyed. It's a great honor for me to hand over the responsibilities to the new co-president, Mrs. Maria Karapetyan, head of Armenian delegation. I'm particularly pleased that this transformation is taking place during our session in Yerevan, where our colleague, head of Armenian delegation, will assume this position. So congratulations, Maria. So I would like to wish Maria inspiration, strength, and every success in your future work as a new co-president. And thank you all for your dedication, commitment, and partnership, and we will work together. I will continue my position as head of Ukrainian delegation. So, dear colleagues, before we continue with our first working session, I will make a break, and we will reconvene here at 4 p.m. And just I want to give a floor for co-president Sergei Lagodinsky.
I wanted to reiterate what I already said and mentioned in the speech. Ivan, you've been a huge, like a big stone in this stormy waters, always reliable and always clear in your positions. Thank you for all the support and everything you've been doing for Euronest and will be doing in Euronest, because we count on your cooperation in the future functions. Thank you so much, and I think especially considering under which circumstances you and your delegation had to function, you deserve a huge standing applause. Thank you so much. Now we have a break. We are beginning with the second plenary session of our 12th session of the Euronest parliamentary agenda. And this is the first working session as opposed to the inaugural one. These are all the different terms that we still, some of us, have to learn. Please be informed that the interpretation is provided as usual in the 4 formal languages of Euronest: English, German, French, and Russian. And we can go to the adoption of the draft agenda in line with Article 4 of the Rules of Procedure. Has been drawn by the Bureau. You have all received it. I don't see any objections. Are there any objections to the agenda that was made? I have an objection, or at least a word by Lucas Zieper. Please.
Thank you, Chair. It just came up my mind, and maybe it's more a question to you. Why exactly is Russian one of the languages of Euronest still? And shouldn't we change this maybe?
Thank you so much for your intervention. This is not actually on the agenda, but we can address this issue. We have traditionally 4 formal languages since the foundation of Euronest. I'm open to discuss changing it. For that, we will need to change the rules of procedure. We have a special committee on this. We can raise this question also in the Bureau. Generally, from me personally, I have an experience, because I had the same question as you when I started. But then I realized that for many people from various national parliaments who do not speak English, French, or German, Russian is the language which they understand. So from the practical and not political, from the practical side, even I was convinced, and you can imagine that I was very against it at the beginning, that this is practical. So you asked why. This is one of the reasons. But we can discuss this in the Bureau, and then we will keep you posted on this. Thank you for that. Any questions regarding the agenda or proposals, changes? I don't see anyone raising their hand, and with that the agenda has been adopted. Then we come to the second point on the agenda. It's approval of minutes of the 11th ordinary session. It was on 19th of March 2024 in Brussels, as some of you might remember. I don't, because I was not a member. The draft minutes of this past session have been distributed. No remark was received. No remark should be received to make them official. And now, according to our rules, you can send your remarks on those minutes by tomorrow, the 30th of October, at 10 a.m. Yerevan time, please. And they will be considered, and if no remarks, then the notes will be considered as approved. So this is a point of information for all of you. Until tomorrow 10, you can change if you want to. We now come to the main debate of our plenary session, and the debate starts with the 2 addresses, the 2 interventions by the co-presidents, including my new co-president Maria, whom I welcome here for her first a session as co-president. As you remember, we have a key debate on a topic that was formulated by all of us, a new chapter for the Eastern Partnership in the age of regional and global threats to security and democracy. And with that, I would like to ask my co-president to start with her intervention. We discussed that we stay here, but we can do the first 2 interventions down there. I think for the Vice Minister we can also offer the speaking at the and for the guests, exactly. Thank you. We would need a microphone to be on. Now it's on.
Now it's on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished members of Parliament, Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear friends. It has been a true honor to host you all in Yerevan for the 12th session of the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. Thank you for visiting Armenia, and we hope to create new opportunities in the future for you to come to us again and again. Allow me to start by expressing my sincere appreciation to my predecessor on the Eastern Partnership side, Honorable Ivan Krulko of the Parliament of Ukraine. His leadership and dedication have strengthened this assembly and helped sustain the spirit of cooperation between the European Parliament and the European Union and the Eastern Partnership parliaments and countries. Dear Ivan, thank you very much for our joint work, and thank you especially for your friendship. It's very obliging to assume this role after your leadership as co-president. The theme of our key debate is a new chapter for the Eastern Partnership in the age of regional and global threats to security and democracy. Indeed, we live in an age of complex and hybrid threats to peace and security. Yet, our response at the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly is not despair, but determination. Determination to open a new chapter, to strengthen partnerships, to build and maintain trust, and to exchange experiences on what makes our countries more resilient. A lot already today has been said on the Armenia-Azerbaijan peace deal. I also would like to highlight one more time that we established peace with our neighbor on August 8 in Washington, D.C. This agreement marks not only the end of a long chapter of conflict in our region, but it also begins a new era, one rooted in dialogue and a shared vision for a secure and prosperous South Caucasus. August 8 showed that persistence and determination can prevail, and diplomacy can prevail over division. Peace, however, is a daily effort. It requires patience, discipline, willingness to learn, and we in Armenia are learning how to live in peace each and every single day. In the South Caucasus, peace is inseparable from connectivity. This is another topic that we've discussed in the previous 2 days. We're steadily advancing on this agenda. Just days ago, a significant step forward took place. Armenia purchased grain from Kazakhstan, and it is now en route to Armenia through the Caspian Sea via the territories of our neighbors Azerbaijan and Georgia. This is more than a logistical achievement. It is a milestone in regional cooperation, a sign that transit through each other's territories can become a reality and is becoming a reality. Armenia, in turn, reciprocates and reiterates its readiness to offer transit through our own territory so that all our neighbors may connect to one another. Our vision is clear: to make the South Caucasus a crossroads of peace. In the coming months and years, as we rebuild the railways of the region, this connectivity will become faster, deeper, and more efficient. We will work together to harmonize regulations and ensure interoperability. And here, the experience of the European Union will be extremely valuable to us. The ongoing dialogue on the opening of the border between Armenia and Turkey holds the potential to further reshape our region, creating new synergies between the European Union's Global Gateway Initiative and the Middle Corridor. Reconnecting Armenia with its neighbors will strengthen not only our region, but the entire Eastern Partnership. It will unlock trade, empower our communities, and embed peace in the everyday lives of our citizens as well. I want to make a few comments also about democracy, particularly in Armenia. Armenia prepares for its upcoming elections. We reaffirm our conviction that democratic renewal is the heartbeat of our political life. On June 7 next year, 2026, this parliament will return to the people of Armenia the power that is vested in them by our constitution. Power belongs to the people. Indeed, the people of Armenia are the power. And on that day, they will exercise what rightfully belongs to them and choose a next government. The people of Armenia will go to the polls knowing that democracy is the source of our rule of law at home and of our resilience in facing external challenges. The rule of law is the foundation on which we aim to attract investment and build lasting prosperity for our citizens. An integral part of rule of law is effective law enforcement, coupled with an independent judiciary. Independent courts are the ultimate fora where justice prevails in this country, and investigative bodies take their cases to court when they have sufficiently substantiated their cases. Yet they have no guarantee of what the courts shall rule. Armenia is a country of zero tolerance towards corruption and bribery. Being a politician of the political majority is not a shield for engaging in unlawful activity. Being a politician of the opposition cannot be evoked as a shield to engage in unlawful activity. Over the past years, several high-level officials of our own government have faced criminal charges, and this is testimony that political belonging plays no role in how this zero tolerance towards corruption is exercised. Armenia is a country of zero tolerance also towards coercion of citizens into political rally. In 2018, we have exited the era where the vote of our citizens was bought and sold like a commodity in a black market. Anybody who will attempt to enslave again the political will of the Armenian people will feel the immediate presence of our institutions that are called to guard our democracy. Armenia is a country of free speech, yet assaults against our sovereignty and interference from beyond our borders into our internal political order will not be tolerated. We will defend our values and the rule of law in Armenia. Coming back to our Parliamentary Assembly, this session of the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly has been enriched by two important side events, one on connectivity and another one on business meeting policy. And I would like here to underline the role of the co-president, Sergei Lagodinsky, of initiating these new components in our Parliamentary Assembly, revitalizing it, and for introducing these new, informal still, but very meaningful dimensions to our deliberations. I would also like to highlight the participation in our Parliamentary Assembly of Honorable Adrian Balutel of the Moldovan Parliament. I know, dear Adrian, that at home you are constituting your new parliament and you would probably want to be there and participate in this extremely important moment of a new assembly, National Assembly Parliament starting, and we understand this and appreciate so much you being here with us. I also wish to highlight the presence of two of our colleagues from Turkey and to thank them sincerely for traveling to Armenia to take part in our discussions. Now, looking ahead, I want to say perhaps one commitment as the new co-president of the Eastern Partnership component. My priority is clear for me and I'll do everything to reach it. I will work to deepen the synergy among our Eastern Partnership countries, because Euronest Parliamentary Assembly should not only be a forum for engagement between the EU and its partners, but also for these partners to engage with each other. So Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia, and why not also others that border our regions, can have an opportunity to engage with each other. Of course, there are many challenges in front of us, but we have a shared resolve to meet them together. Thank you very much, and let the key debate begin. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Maria. I will then take the microphone down there as well to complement your perspective with ours. Colleagues, for those of you who have hoped that they will not hear me today again, I'm sorry to disappoint you. There is another occasion for me to speak. But maybe this is a little bit to be a little bit more calm and thinking about new ideas and new concepts. Over the last 15 years, the Eastern Partnership agenda and Eastern Partnership as a project has been one of the most interesting strategic pillars of Eastern and European Union neighborhood policies. And it is true, it was interesting to build a framework which was founded on hope, on reforms and shared prosperity. But one dimension of this framework was not addressed so far, at least not to my understanding. And this is the dimension that is especially existential now, and the dimension of security. Dimension of security, but not just in terms of military, of armies, and of our capabilities to prevent war or to defend ourselves. But I think security, and this is the difference that we're living through today, it's not just about armies. It's also about hybrid threats. It's also about our ability to compete in this world, our ability to deliver as democracies. This is something completely new in terms of how we define security and also of how we deal with security. I would call it, and being green, you know, the Greens are always using the word intersectionality. Well, maybe it's time to start using this in a more strategic way. What about the strategic intersectionality when we talk about security issues? It's about different sectors. It's about different ways of looking at it from a more holistic way. And yes, we are under existential pressure. I don't have to explain to you Russia's war of aggression on the one side, but also the fact that this war is endangering not only one country, but also our understanding of what our security architecture on the continent means. And if we're talking about the continent, then the continent is not just Ukraine or not just EU. The continent does include this region. It does include also countries like Moldova. This war is not a regional conflict. I don't have to explain it to you and convince you. It is about an issue of our collective stability. And the hybrid warfare and disinformation have become part of the arsenal. And this arsenal is being used especially successful where democracies maybe are not as strong, as resilient as in the European Union. And these are the countries that we're talking about, the countries of Eastern Partnership. So from that perspective, Europe must not only defend its borders, but its truth. And so is the case also for the countries from Eastern Partnership. Eastern Partnership stands at a historic crossroads. And I think that this meeting is something that reminds us about. Maria told you about the discussions on connectivity, about the discussions on Black Sea strategy, but these discussions are not complete if we do not address security issues within them. And it is about security of, for example, the chains of raw materials on which we depend, also in order to secure our infrastructure. It is about security of our infrastructure grids that go through this region. If we don't think about this and don't think about this holistically, we will not succeed. If we look at the different countries and different dimensions within the Eastern European and Eastern Partnership framework, we will see how they all get together from different perspectives. I mean, Ukraine and Moldova, it is very clear, they have shown extraordinary courage in confronting the attacks, the real attacks and the military attacks in case of Ukraine, but also the hybrid attacks that we are seeing in case of Moldova. And Moldova have proven to us that even being a rather new democracy, a rather small democracy, I'm sorry, Adrian, that I'm maybe speaking the truth out here, it is not about belittling, it is about being realistic. That even there, with a true determination and with a clear strategy and clear resources that were dedicated to that, with the European Union on its side, you can win the hybrid war, at least a piece of it. I'm sure that will continue, but there is a step that was won. Then we come to Georgia. And of course, on the other hand, we see a country that had clear European aspirations, but there we see, and I called it already in some of the events, it's actually a laboratory of autocratic attacks. Because their new ways of attacks have been examined and exercised, ways that haven't been there before. How to actually make a country closer to an occupier without saying it this way. How to make a culture model closer to the model of occupier without actually saying how it is. And from that perspective, it is not only existential, but also very instructive to see where are the weaknesses of all of our democracies. And let's not forget that Georgia is a democracy who was the pioneer of Europeanization and transatlantization in the region. And it's very important to see with what kind of instruments the situation is changing there. And we have to face the truth in terms of Georgia as well. And the unconventional and maybe not very comfortable truth is we have also contributed to that process. How? By not defending Ukraine in a way how it was necessary right away. Because by not having done so, we have contributed to the very harmful narrative that if you opt for Europe, Europe will not come to your help the way how it is necessary. And this is the narrative that was used and abused in Georgia, but it was also used and abused in Moldova by saying and telling to the citizens, do not opt for a pro-European way because you will be risking that Europe will not come to your side if something seriously is going to happen by your aggressive neighbor. So from that perspective, we should also draw conclusions on what is our part of this responsibility. And then we have, of course, Azerbaijan, which is an essential part of this regional equation, but where we have to find a way of cooperating and working together. Azerbaijan is not only a country where energy resources are important for us, but it is also a country where from the point of view of connectivity and of crossroads, being on crossroads also towards Central Asia, the country has a potential. And yes, this doesn't mean that we do not address their problems, the domestic problems. We do this also within various parliaments and various dimensions. But the situation there is quite different. This is not a country who ever claimed that they want to become a member of the European Parliament, and this is one of the differences that we see to Georgia. So from that perspective, cooperative mode with Azerbaijan, using also the very important strategic resources and strategic position of Azerbaijan, is something that we should explore. And then, of course, we have Armenia, our host today, that shows the power of smart resilience. And this is something that becomes clear when we talk to your leadership and we talk to your parliamentarians. And this is something where we also should be smart, supporting pro-European choices of this society, supporting introducing connectivity idea, but also some European standards on your market, and also supporting your democracy promotion. However, being very clear that the path towards European future is realistically a long one, and we do it with the pace that is important to you, especially in this region and especially from your perspective. We do not impose anything. And that's why, by the way, why the reaction to the wonderful law that was enacted here in this room was a little bit calm and a little bit timid, maybe modest from your perspective. We do not want to impose a European choice on anyone. It is your decision, it is your future, and if you opt for this future, we, step by step, will, of course, support you. This is also a security issue and not just an issue of democracy. So the 3 points that in the Eastern Partnership that we need to adopt in order to go to this security agenda are, number one, differentiation and flexibility. We must accept that our partners in the Eastern Partnership component move at different speeds. For some, like Ukraine and Moldova, EU membership is within reach. For others, deeper sectorial cooperation or new association models are necessary. Number two is freedom and resilience. And at a time when aggressive imperialist neighbors are testing the limits of our partners and of their values, we must strengthen parliaments, we must strengthen free media and independent institutions, and be very clear on how and where we stand. And that's why it is very clear where we stand, for example, in case of Georgia. And number three, to conclude, it is about security and defense. It is about opening European Union instruments for cooperation. I myself negotiated on EDIP, European Defense Industrial Program, and also SAFE, remodeling these programs. And one of the key points that were important to me were, for example, opening this towards a close and very intense cooperation with Ukraine, with our Ukrainian partners, but also with other countries who would like to do this. But in case of Ukraine, it is very clear. It's not that just Ukraine needs something from us. We need your experience, we need your innovation, because your innovation in times of war is unique for us Europeans, and we would like to be part of sharing this experience with you on the receiving side. A free, democratic and secure neighborhood, this is what Eastern European Partnership is about. And it is not about any sort of European predominance. It is about us learning from you, learning from your mistakes, but also learning from your achievements. And there is a lot to learn. I'm starting here in Armenia to learn a lot from you. Thank you for teaching us a couple of important lessons. Thank you very much. I was thinking why nobody is saying anyone, but it's me who is chairing the session. I forgot about this. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Lagodinsky, for your speech. Now I would love to give the floor to our distinguished speakers. We have agreed for a maximum of approximately 7 minutes. I think I spoke longer. Time each, and I would like to start with the distinguished Vahan Kostanyan, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia. It's great to be here and to be hosted by you and your country. Thank you. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much, distinguished co-president, esteemed parliamentarians. Allow me to welcome you all once again in the Republic of Armenia, and allow me to join the statement of Madame Karapetyan about her points on Armenia, but also about the democracy and security and this debate. Indeed, this is a very important debate which is taking place today. And to me, the very fact that we are having this debate in Yerevan, in the National Assembly of the Republic of Armenia, is about how democracies can help to secure each other. Because nobody today can make sure that they have full security alone. And the messages that I heard today online from our distinguished colleagues, that we are not alone, are very important, and they are very important for the government of Armenia, but also for the people of Armenia. Because the times that we are living today are not the same that we had a couple of years ago. And the challenges that we are having today are not the same that we had a couple of years ago. But there are some constants in the international politics and international relations, I believe, that should not be changed regardless of the times. And for Armenia, the very notion of territorial integrity is one of the keys of international relations. And I am very proud to say once again what you heard today from the very morning, that Armenia and Azerbaijan established peace based on the notion of territorial integrity, based on the Almaty Declaration, which announced, in fact, that all former Soviet Union members are acknowledging the territorial integrity of each other. And I do believe that this is a key not only for Armenia-Azerbaijan relations and not only for our bilateral relations, but for all the Eastern partners. Coming to the threats that we are facing today, we can count it the whole day and probably it will not be enough of time. Simply to say hybrid threats, starting from FIMI, manipulations on internet, cyber attacks, the wave, how the cryptocurrency is used, etc., etc. I would like to congratulate our colleagues from Moldova, how they successfully managed to combat all these threats, but also to acknowledge that it was not possible to face these hybrid threats alone. And the huge support of like-minded partners, I believe, was very important in Moldova. And to give a comment on what Co-President Lagodinsky said about new democracies and small democracies, to me, it's not about small or new democracies, it's about the democracies, which are supporting each other. And this was a clear and very good example how democracies and like-minded partners supported each other. And sometimes even new and small democracies has much to share with old democracies. The Moldovan case is very vivid here. And as we are coming to our elections next year, we'll be facing, and we are facing, the same hybrid threats. And hopefully we will not be left alone as well. It is very important to understand the hybrid threats and to detect the hybrid threats and to detect the FIMI as well. And to detect the FIMI from very personal level as well. Unfortunately, there were some statements yesterday, that showed that even this August audience was not immune from some foreign interference and misinterpretations and manipulations. Coming to the Eastern Partnership. As I mentioned, the world is not the same, and Eastern Partnership is not the same. Back in 2009, when Eastern Partnership was being established, it was about Eastern neighborhood. But today, with the rise of the thinking in Europe, probably Eastern neighborhood is not only Eastern Partnership, and it's way beyond, especially when we are taking into account the topics which are very important for the European Union and Europe in general, especially connectivity. And Black Sea strategy comes to address the new ambition of the European Union, and we support the Black Sea strategy. We are ready to engage with all our partners to improve and to implement the strategy, especially when it has very important two pillars. First, connectivity, and second, security. And with security, especially nowadays, South Caucasus and Armenia has much to offer to our international colleagues and like-minded partners, with open communications in our region, developed connectivity and communications in our region in very near future, I believe, which will help also European Union to connect with regions which are of strategic importance. With this said, I would like to also announce some of the topics which we'll be discussing next year in Yerevan during European Political Community. It's democratic resilience, connectivity, and of course the hybrid threats, among the others that we'll be discussing. And I believe that today's debate will pave a way to start with discussions next year in May in Armenia. Last but not least, we see and we witness that European Union is becoming more geopolitical. The biggest challenge, and I would say even the enemy of European Union becoming more geopolitical, sometimes it's European bureaucracy. Because with the times that we are living in, being speed and being agile is very important. Of course, we have success stories as well, and the deployment of EUMA mission in Armenia is one of the best examples of it. I do believe that Europe will be more geopolitical, more fast, more agile, and neither Armenia nor the other Eastern partners, and I mean all Eastern partners, will not be left alone in the fight for security and democracy. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Madame Diana Jablonska. She is head of unit, Regional Strategy Investment Neighborhood East and Turkey of European Commission, DG Ines. Thank you so much for joining us. Please, let's do the initial 5 statements here in front. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm extremely honored. Thank you very much, President, co-presidents, honorable members of Parliament, Excellencies, Minister. Thank you very much for allowing me also to add a few words. And it's really odd because we have heard so many important things. I think during the plenary session already the incredible speeches resonate in our heads and in our hearts. So therefore, we all feel in which historical moment we are discussing here in Yerevan the extremely important topics right now of security and democracy. And we have heard how important it is. And of course, we are living in an unprecedented times with the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, and we stand against Ukraine, and we stand with all partners here that are sustaining democracy and developing democracy and building rule of law. I feel extremely humbled speaking to all of you today, because it is you that are standing in the forefront of very often incredible challenges that are requiring extreme courage and sometimes the highest price. And I believe that therefore this assembly, Euronest and Eastern Partnership is of such importance, because we need to learn from each other. We in the EU, we need to learn from you. You are the ones that are actually paving the way and showing us how to respond to the challenges, and we are trying to support and we are trying to help. And we will do so going forward. But it's learning from each other and learning from you is extremely important. Also because of it, that in today's times, the conflicts and wars are not only on battlefields, they are actually happening here, in our mobiles, in our phones, well, phones and mobiles, in the computers. That means we all face the hybrid threats. So we all have to learn, especially from countries that went through the recent elections, that like Moldova, that responded to these incredible threats, which are in the same time constantly developing. It's like constantly trying to find what new will come. And therefore, I find that the Eastern Partnership has an extremely important role in this regard, because it's bringing partners together, because this is the platform that we for so long responded to so many different challenges and adapted to the different ambitions of the partner countries, adapted also to those that decided to step on the enlargement path or are considering that. So this is a platform that exactly allows all the partners to learn from each other and to work together. And this is incredible value in a world that is also uniting and very often learning from each other in relation to hybrid threats, for example, and all other threats and threats. So in that aspect, I think it's extremely important, and as I said, I feel extremely humble to stand in front of you, because it's so much to learn from you. And the EU, of course, it's doing its best to support, to develop also new tools and new measures to help all the partners. We have talked a lot here about the Black Sea strategy. Indeed, the Black Sea strategy is composed of 3 pillars, actually. The first one is security and stability. The second one is prosperity and growth with the connectivity flagship. And there's also resilience related to the very much needed resilience of against also the climate change. So very important to underline that the strategies are not in competition with each other. The Eastern Partnership strategy agenda is extremely important to support the efforts, to help the others to be implemented. There's all the agencies and strategies and agendas that we are presenting also to you, dear partners, is of course to complement each other and to strengthen each other. And this is how we would like to continue working also with this assembly, to see how to adapt the priorities and the work related in the agenda of the Eastern Partnership, the multi-annual work program, to support the reality in our region and be more responsive, as it was also called on us, to be more agile and responsive, which we are of course trying to do. So just to recall that Black Sea strategy, indeed, the first pillar is on safety and security, that very important flagship as well, which is about the maritime hub for security, which aims to support and leverage the efforts of the Black Sea countries, of all the countries in the broader region, to work together and also to monitor together and learn from each other, exchange the information, including support the cooperation of the coast guards. So that is an extremely important initiative that will develop, but it cannot act alone. It has to act with the other pillars as well, including the one on the connectivity, because connectivity cannot happen without stability and security, especially in this region. And in addition, of course, protecting of critical infrastructure will be extremely important for the implementation of the connectivity that we have discussed, for example, in the committees during this assembly. I also would like to strengthen a few other aspects. First of all, in such a turmoil and in such a difficult context, very often crime, not only hybrid threats, but crime and organized crime is rising. And this is another aspect that Eastern Partnership, exchanges and work together has already proven that it works. So we need to absolutely continue this, because that threat is not diminishing itself, it can even grow. So therefore it's extremely important that we continue working together. From the EU side, we have of course working with you through the EU Justice and Home Affairs agencies. We are also working through so-called EMPACT, European Multidisciplinary Platform Against Crime and Crime Threats. And that's really bringing results because, for example, actions which involved Ukraine, Moldova, and also Turkey led to 796 arrests and the seizure of 442 firearms, giving actually significant blow to the organized crime and criminal networks. So working together really brings results, and therefore we will be trying to use all the EU toolbox, the EU hybrid toolbox, the SAFE program was also mentioned, to support all the partners to work together. And last but definitely not least is support to civil society. We have heard already in the previous sessions, and my honorable pre-speakers have mentioned how important support to civil society is. I would also mention very important is support to young people, because they are very exposed to the threats. We have to protect our citizens and also equip them with skills to differentiate between the wrong and the right, between the truth and not such a truth, and the lies. And therefore, it's extremely important that we continue exchanging how to best support civil society to counteract disinformation, and because of it, also to equip them in to the current challenges. This is a very important priority for the European Union, and we will continue with our programs, and we will be very happy to work with this assembly also to see how to do it better and faster. That, of course, is also in the core of the Preparedness Union strategy, another strategy that will support our extremely important priorities. I would also like to mention that, of course, to address today's situation, cooperation, as I said, in our view, is extremely important, regional cooperation and a broader cooperation. And therefore, we very much will bring the tools to support Eastern Partnership, to continue exchanging views and to anticipate threats together, to respond effectively together, to find the tools and instruments that can help us all to build resilience, because this is also important for all the partners, including the partners in the European Union, and therefore this is, of course, extremely important. So to start the debate, I think the answer is definitely that the Eastern Partnership needs to focus on security, needs to continue focusing on developing democracy, on supporting resilience of democracies, of building rule of law, because as already mentioned before by the co-president, this is also the basis for economic and social development. This is the basis for what we have discussed before, for all the investments and for all that we want to do. But most importantly, it's a core priority to develop stability in the countries and in the regions. So we will be extremely happy to shape our programs to support further such an important priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Diana Jablonska. Thank you, it was very useful and interesting. And now we have Mr. Stefan Meister, who is the head of the Center for Order and Governance in Eastern Europe, Russia and Central Asia from DGAP, which I don't know how it is usually translated. I think it's the German Council on Foreign Relations, as far as I remember. Stefan is not someone who is new to the audience here. He worked here as a representative of one of the political foundations in Tbilisi and also covered Armenia and Azerbaijan. So welcome back, dear Stefan, and we are looking forward for your intervention.
Thank you, Sergei. Thank you very much for the invitation. Sorry not being with you there. I'm very happy to see Maria Karapetyan, who's also a very good friend. And I'm trying to keep it to the 10 minutes I was asked to speak. Russia's war against Ukraine since 2022 has fundamentally changed the geopolitical and security landscape in the Eastern Partnership region. It has ended the post-Cold War European security order and created a fundamental long-term conflict between Russia and the EU, and we can also say the democratic countries in Europe. There is a competition about norms and on fundamental principles on how states and societies should be organized. Ukraine is the main driver of European politics for the next decades. The EU has opened the enlargement package for Ukraine, Moldova and also Georgia, and has rethinked its Eastern neighborhood policy. Armenia has become closer to the EU and in several sectors and shown interest also in an EU integration. This war will accelerate the decline of Russia as a regional power. So I think it's really a momentum of decline for Russia, which does not mean it will be a difficult and very costly period for all of us. Moscow has lost its hegemonic position in the post-Soviet region, and new regional orders are emerging. What we see are new regional dynamics in Eastern Europe, the South Caucasus and Central Asia, where Russia is one player but not decisive anymore. And I think it's a right approach of the EU to look into, to think about the Black Sea region, Eastern Partnership as a framework, but also increasing the connection with Central Asia. The regionalization and more agency by the states of the regions are the consequence. In nearly all policy areas, we see a securitization. There are no boundaries anymore between domestic and foreign policy. The EU has not only rethink its neighborhood policy with the connectivity approach and developed the mentioned new Black Sea strategy, but it also focuses increasingly on security threats and especially on hybrid threats, security of infrastructure, disinformation and the manipulation of the information sphere. All challenges we face also not only in the Eastern Partnership countries, but also within the European Union. We have to understand that the countries of the Eastern Partnership region are political systems in transition, with often weak institutions, vulnerable societies, with challenges in areas like rule of law, capacities of administrations. That makes the Eastern Partnership countries more vulnerable to Russian hybrid attacks, domestic interference, and manipulation of elections. Furthermore, we observe increasing domestic polarization, which is also fueled by internal and external actors. While Russia is losing influence in the Eastern Partnership region, has to bargain with external powers and countries of the region itself, it tries with other means to keep its sphere of influence, or at least to prevent that the countries are integrating with the EU. Since Russia has most of its military resources bound in Ukraine, it's investing heavily in disinformation campaigns, economic and energy blackmailing in its hybrid warfare. The latest example was mentioned here already several times were the presidential and the parliamentary elections in Moldova, where Russia heavily invested in voter manipulation, discreditation of the president, of the ruling party, demobilization of voters, and many, many other things. It has developed more sophisticated instruments of domestic interference. We observe new schemes of funding, vote buying, training for demonstrations and riots. Cryptocurrency, Russian mirror cards, parts of the diaspora are playing an increasing role in the manipulation process. We saw training of so-called activists for demonstrations, the use of the Orthodox Church for manipulation of the society. So all elements we will also see in other elections of other Eastern Partnership countries, including Armenia. For the Russian presidential administration, elections and domestic interference have become a main element of preventing further decline of influence. It has become a top political priority for the Kremlin to manipulate societies and democratic institutions. Elections have become only the crystallization point for the manipulation. So it's not just the election itself, it's a constantly ongoing process in dominating, influencing the information sphere. And we have to admit that elections are not anymore the celebration of democratic decisions or of democracy, but they have become a battlefield of manipulation. So it's a very different setting in which we are. The Moldovan government, state institutions and civil society, also with the support of the EU, have managed both elections very well to keep them as free and fair as possible under the current circumstances. At the same time, there were methods used which are not always in line with democratic standards. Parties have been prohibited until the last day before the election. Media has been closed, campaigning for some actors restricted. But I think we have to rethink also how we can protect democratic processes and how to organize elections under massive disinformation and manipulation campaigns. And I think the question is really how we can find the right balance also in protecting institutions, but also really acting in a legal framework. Armenia has next year crucial parliamentary elections. We already see the campaign has started, and Russia is part of manipulating the information sphere. We know that the same team in the Kremlin, which was dealing with the Moldovan elections, is now working on Armenia. Armenia can learn a lot from the Moldovan elections, and I think it's crucial to exchange experience, learn lessons, and constantly adapt to new circumstances. It's more than just media training, which is also important, but I think we need to rethink how to control social media, how to manage financial streams, how to strengthen institutions in the process of preparing elections and democratic processes. Eastern Partnership, I think on one hand, Eastern Partnership can learn from the experience of other countries of the region in countering hybrid threats and manipulation. We need here more exchange of state institutions, civil society, journalists and researchers. So I think it's really crucial that different kind of institutions and also societal institutions and media cooperating with each other and learning together how to counter this. It's about constant learning on the methods, instruments, and also narratives. On the one hand, every country and context is different, and Russian actors adapt their methods to each country. That means we need to understand the specific national and regional context, and every country needs to develop its own approach. So I think we can learn from each other, but we also have to understand that there are national specific contexts which are very different also. And I think we also understand that Armenia is in a very specific security environment. We can observe the developments in Georgia, which also have an impact on Armenia. And I think the whole situation also with Russia, I think, is a very difficult, has a very difficult impact. Here the EU can help, I think, with funding, developing toolboxes, but it's also the EU member states who can learn from the Eastern Partnership countries how to counter Russian influence, because these countries understand Russian methods better, and our societies are also in a very similar way targets of external manipulation, especially of Russia. But I think that will not solve fundamental vulnerabilities that the countries have, and here comes the EU integration process and the Eastern Partnership policy in. I think it's really crucial, if we think in a more sustainable approach, to strengthen institutions in the Eastern Partnership countries, state institutions, parties, parliaments, to engage with each other, exactly what happens here also with this event. We need to diversify energy resources, trade routes, increase renewable energy, improve connectivity and access to the European market. We need to strengthen media and trust in institutions. And I think we all know in these times it's really a challenging approach, and it's nothing you just do with some activities. That means being pro-European and democratic is not sufficient, but I think we need fundamental changes of the institutions, governance, the way how the economy functions, and how regional cooperation is organized. I would, just to end here, say Russia's war against Ukraine is also an opportunity to further end the post-Soviet region and to erode Russian influence. That needs painful reforms, more interaction between civil society, parliaments, and state institutions in the Eastern Partnership, but also more exchange between the countries and the EU member states. So I think we need more of these exchanges. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Stefan. I hope you hear the applause from all the members. And we conclude this part, the expert hearing, with Naira Sultanyan. She's director of the Democracy Development Foundation, DDF, in Armenia, and I welcome her to the microphone. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, distinguished presidency, members of parliament, colleagues, dear guests. I'm very excited. This is my first time in this hall, so you should understand my feelings. But I haven't taken this floor to repeat what you have already heard, because all the speakers before me listed the security and democracy-related threats in today's world, nor I want to repeat the universally recognized formulas and solutions, such as building strong institutions or investing in resilient societies. We know that. Instead, I would like to use the past tense to share a recent experience that reflects Armenia's efforts to confront one of the key threats to security and democracy in this region and our shared neighborhood. And that threat is the persistent message to this region that you can't have peace here. Recently, I was part of a group of Armenian experts who received a delegation from Azerbaijan, comprising of Azerbaijani expert community. So for the first time in decades, an Azerbaijani plane landed in Yerevan. Experts from both sides met without third-party mediation, and we were able to discuss issues of deep concern to our societies, as well as to outline vision for a peaceful future. As you may know, people in Armenia face one of the most difficult and enduring dilemmas in the world today, this choice between peace and justice. Hence, the public in Armenia reacted to this visit in diverse ways, ranging from sharp criticism and fear to cautious curiosity and sense of hope. I celebrate that everyone felt free and safe to share their opinions, both publicly and privately with us, exercising their fundamental right to freedom of speech, which undoubtedly strengthens the resilience of Armenian people. This visit exemplifies how political courage and responsibility, paired with constructive civil society engagement, can push back the harmful narrative that this region cannot have peace. A narrative I personally regard as a direct threat to our security and democracy. At this session, I think we have to answer two questions: what we have done, what we should do to prevent the regional and global threats to our democracies and security. So, what has the Armenian side done to prevent these threats? I think Armenia has embarked on an extremely painful but honest conversation with its citizens, introducing a concept that may sound very simple to you, but it is profoundly transformative for the Armenian people, that peace brings greater security. What has the EU done in this regard? I want to use this opportunity to express my deep gratitude to our EU and individual member state partners for the following things. for their years of bridge building between conflicting countries in this region, despite these same countries' resistance, for political mediation during fragile post-war periods, and for investing significant EU taxpayers' money into peace education and conflict transformation initiatives. What should we do next? I would like to leave you today with a brief action plan, a few steps that I believe can help strengthen both security and democracy for all of us. So what more can Armenia do? The Armenian government must pursue genuine reforms, must protect human rights for all, including the conflict-affected people from Nagorno-Karabakh, resist the temptation to centralize power, and avoid securitizing criticism, however hard that may be. The Armenian civil society, which I humbly represent, should enhance and improve its watchdog role while becoming more constructive and strategically aware of regional and global threats to our security and democracy. Finally, what more can the EU do? 4 things. First, the EU can contribute politically, financially, and through expertise to the building of the crossroads of peace. Second, the EU can use its renewed partnership with Azerbaijan, as well as the realities on the ground, to help release the Armenian detainees, and I mean all of them, and bring them home. Third, the EU should keep investing in Armenia's democratic reform agenda, strengthening the conditionality, being more demanding when it comes to tangible results. Last but not least, the EU should continue supporting confidence-building measures in the region, as the bilateral track is still in its very early stage and remains fragile. In conclusion, time is not on our side, I'm afraid, and threats are evolving rapidly, and Euronest countries, Eastern Partnership countries, must take a proactive stance, embrace creativity, innovation, and as Mr. Lagodinsky very well put, be smart, resilient. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and now we hope we can engage also with you and your ideas now during the debate among members. Before we start, let me inform you that we had a bureau meeting today, and we decided in the meeting this morning, to make it transparent, to make use of our prerogative according to rules of procedure and profit from the presence of our valuable guests of the Assembly from Turkey and also from Georgia. And our decision was that we will first hold our debate with members here as usual. Only members of the Assembly would be able to speak. And then after this debate, I will give the floor for 3 minutes intervention each. 3 minutes intervention from Turkish Parliament and 3 minutes intervention from Georgian democratic forces and civil society. So this is something that I think is important to use since we have this opportunity here. We also agreed that the interventions from members will be 3 minutes each, at least for our members from the European Parliament. It's very generous, I think. Nacho Sanchez-Amor,
just
a comment
a brief point of order. Sergei, we have listened 15 speeches, one after another, 15 speeches. Unidirectionally from that part of the hall to this part of the hall. I do really think you have to reshape the format of the meetings, because there are parliamentarians from many parliaments around waiting for having the word, not only to receive speeches. And the same, you are studying the status of Russian, please think about the format of this kind of meetings, because of course, with a lot of merits for the speeches, but it's insufferable to have 15 speeches without the opportunity to intervene, to debate, or to make some comments or adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and these are exactly the ideas that also went through my and through our heads. It's not just your first, I think your first time as well. It's also my first time during the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly, so we have not anticipated many things and experienced them just as you are for the first time. And I think we will discuss how to reshape it in a way that it would be more interactive and would be more fair also towards our colleagues who are all of you have something to say. And as I said, 3 minutes, but it's not just once, so you can then after that also raise your hand. We just want it to be a little bit maybe more livelier, but you can speak multiple times if necessary. So we have a list of, thank you Nacho, it's the point well taken. We start with colleague Sieper. You have the floor. Thank you.
From here or from over there?
No, the discussion is from there.
Oh, how terribly boring. Dear colleagues, dear friends, a few weeks ago I told my girlfriend that I would soon travel to Armenia. She paused and asked, "Doesn't that mean that you will be closer to Russia?" When I said yes, she got worried and said, "Please do not fall out of a hotel window." I laughed, but I knew that she wasn't entirely joking, because that sentence captures something about the world that we live in. A world where standing for democracy can feel like a dangerous act. The European project was never built on fear. It was built on understanding between peoples, on peace through partnership, and on shared prosperity through trade, culture, and creativity. That is what also the Eastern Partnership represents. Not expansion, but a bridge between parts of the world that share a common past and a common future. A space where we meet as equals, united by the belief that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and that no power or empire has the right to take that away. But let's be honest, we live in a time of regional and global threats, and as someone from the younger generation, I find that deeply saddening. My generation grew up believing that peace was permanent, that progress was natural. Yet today we face war, climate catastrophe, economic instability, and digital chaos that challenges truth and democracy alike. Still, we are not hopeless. We are the most connected generation in human history. We see everything, we hear everything, and woe to those who underestimate our hunger for freedom, truth, and justice. Now about that hotel window, because when I speak of that, I mean, of course, Russia. It should by now be clear that Russia in its current form does not respect the freedom of nations or the sovereignty of peoples. Belarus has become a vassal state. Ukraine shows us every day that freedom is worth the fight. And we see Russian interference in Moldova, Georgia, Azerbaijan, and also here in Armenia, through election manipulation, territorial occupation, and propaganda designed to weaken democracy. The Eastern Partnership is our chance to respond, to preserve sovereignty through cooperation, and to show that all nations, no matter the size, can stand tall when they stand together. And let me end on hope. The Eastern Partnership can be a path to fair trade and shared prosperity, to tackling the climate crisis, managing migration with solidarity, and shaping the digital world as a space of democracy, not domination. We may live in an age of threats, but we also live in an age of possibilities. And as long as we talk, trade, and trust, as Mr. Lagodinsky has mentioned so often this week, one another, no empire, not now, not ever, can make us fall. Thank you.
Thank you for this inspirational input, and with that we move to Fidias Panayotou. Please, you have the floor.
Hello friends, nice to meet you. My name is Fidias Panayiotou. I'm 25 years old. I'm the youngest man in the European Parliament. There is another woman that is 23 years old. She became 24. So it's great to be here in Armenia. And I want to express, I said it yesterday as well, but we were just few members. So I want to express the same concerns. So as I understand now, European Union is becoming not only economic trade, also is becoming military cooperation, it seems, recently with the rearm Europe and all this stuff. So we need to be careful because if, let's say, Russia was going to put military bases next to United States in Mexico, United States was never going to accept this. And I don't like this, but this is how the world works. Like the big powers do kind of whatever they want. And I'm talking from a small country, I'm from Cyprus. And we've had the same issues that big powers kicked us a lot of the times in the past. So I'm just here to raise some concerns that if we continue with this not respecting as much the other person, other big countries' sphere of influence, and we try to interfere with one another, we are going to end up in more long-term war. So we need to be careful, and I know you don't like this, but I want to raise this because the European people don't want to be in war, and we need to avoid war at all costs with diplomacy. I'm sorry that I said this, and I love you all.
Thank you so much. We love you too. And that's the exercise here. We respect all the opinions and all the perspectives, so thanks for your perspective as well. And the next speaker is Christoph Breja. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to speak here in Yerevan, a city that shows the courage and strength of our Eastern partners at a time when our common values are under great pressure. Across our region, freedom is in danger. Ukraine is fighting with great courage against Russia's brutal war. Moldova is facing constant attacks that try to weaken its democracy. Armenia is working for peace and wants to protect its independence and democratic future. And Georgia, a country where people have filled the streets with European flags, now suffers under a government controlled by a pro-Russian oligarch. But we must be clear, the people of Georgia are European in their hearts, are European in their minds, and are European in their dreams. Their voice must not be silenced. This is a time for the Eastern Partnership to become a real shield for democracy, not only an idea, but action for unity and strength. We must stop Russian aggression in all forms, military, political, and through disinformation. Ukraine and Moldova should join the EU as soon as possible. Georgia must return to its European path. Armenia's democratic progress must be supported, and together we must help improve the human rights situation in Azerbaijan. These are our shared European duties. Europe stands with the people of the Eastern Partnership, not with those who try to control or divide them. Together we must protect the dream of a free, democratic and united Europe, from Lisbon to Tbilisi and from Yerevan to Kyiv. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, colleague. And Rasa, you have the floor from the European Parliament.
Thank you very much. I will start by saying that it's my second term in Euronest, and I must admit that there were moments when I thought that this structure was a little bit stagnating, that we were a little bit exhausted. However, today, especially after the very successful first part of the plenary session, by the way, me as Member of Parliament, I think it's wise sometimes to listen for us others, not only just talking. So for me it was very interesting to listen colleagues from other institutions and experts. Today I think that yes, we need this platform very much. We can strengthen it using existing and new instruments, like with the observer status, and I feel a wave of new motivation here. And Armenia is also part of big new hope. It offers hope that even very complex historical issues can be resolved differently. The strategic leadership of Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan and his team in opening the country to the world is historic and important for the security of all of Europe. This Euronest session will be remembered for me above all because I witnessed first time in my long-lasting political path joint talks between Armenian and Turkish parliamentarians. And they were talking very concrete issues about upcoming joint work. Congratulations. Armenia wants to join the family of democratic Europe. Some forces here in this country manipulate the narrative that no one is waiting for Armenians in Europe. I am speaking on behalf of EPP, European People Party here, and I would like to say that this is not true. Armenia is Europe, and we need you together with Georgians and other peoples in the South Caucasus together. As European Parliament Standing Rapporteur on Georgia, I must say that this is my greatest headache. A country that was a leader in democracy and an example for all Eastern Partnership countries just a decade ago is not even officially represented in this democratic forum today, I mean as Parliament. The people in the streets of Tbilisi and other cities fighting for the future of their country with EU flags in their hands are today's heroes of all of Europe. That is why this year's prestigious Sakharov Prize will be awarded to two courageous imprisoned journalists, Andrzej Poczobut, Polish from Belarusia, and Mzia Maglobeli from Georgia. This will honor all those who fight for a united democratic Europe. Ukraine and Moldova have become the pride of all of Europe. These are countries from which we all need to learn how to fight the totalitarian Ruski Mir regime of the 20th century. This assembly, although it has members with very different trajectories, has one common challenge: the imperialistic colonial Russia of Putin. Putin, by starting the war against Ukraine, has also started a new phase in the collapse of the Russian Empire. We can feel here, he lost a lot already, minds and hearts of the people, especially of this region. And now, my young colleague from Cyprus, now we will never allow divide Europe, Stalin, Hitler style influence of zones. Never. Because my grandfather is Siberia and my mother, young girl, was deported to Siberia. Children from Ukraine now are deported to Siberia. What are you speaking about? So, it was only Ukraine. And few last points. Collapse of only because of Ukraine's resistance that the EU fundamentally changed its approach to EU enlargement, making it one of the priorities, a security issue. Today, all nations striving for democracy and freedom understand that the essential existential struggle for the future is taking place on the battlefield in Ukraine. We must win that existential struggle together. And therefore, I conclude in a very traditional way with the words known throughout the world. Slava Ukraini!
Slava. Wow, thank you so much. And now the floor goes to Nacho Sanchez Amor. You already made your point. I thought you wanted to. Okay, no, nothing on substance. You still can if you change your mind. Thank you. Then colleague Barna, please, you have the floor, Vice Chair of the Liberal Group.
Thank you, Sergei. For me, it's the first time when I'm attending the Euronest. I previously was in OSCE Parliamentary Assembly a few years, so many of the colleagues we've met here again, so it's a pleasure. It's my second time in Armenia, so thank you for the hospitality. It's a pleasure to come back here again. Without any exaggerations, we just discovered these days that the Eastern Partnership region is at a critical juncture today. And it is at this moment that we are determining, without lamenting, as Sergei nicely mentioned, together which direction the regional dynamic will take in the upcoming decades and beyond. The situation now is truly unprecedented because we have unsolved military conflicts in the region, on one hand, and then increasingly aggressiveness of Russia, interference in internal affairs of the independent countries in the region, on the other. In my work as member of the European Parliament, I have following both tracks very closely in the last month. First, the latest elections in Moldova, where I went as an observer, have demonstrated the scope and severity of the challenge when it comes to the Russian interference. In the same time, it has also shed light on the possible approach to addressing it assertively and effectively. Second, this August, important practical steps were taken towards resolving the long-lasting conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Together with my colleagues from the European Parliament, I, as a standing rapporteur for Azerbaijan, have signed the joint statement welcoming this significant news with great hope. And I fully realize the agreement opens new prospects not only for bilateral relations, but also for the regional and intra-regional connectivity and economic development. However, this is just the beginning of a long way ahead. Of course, all this is happening at the backdrop of the ongoing Russian aggression on Ukraine and the increasing security threats on the eastern flank of EU, Romania included. That is obvious in all these developments. What is obvious in all these developments is that we cannot address the things in the same manner as before. And then the previous colleagues mentioned this. The time of bureaucratic approach are gone, and we need a real solution, a real cooperation, real conversations. And I do salute our colleagues from Turkey here. Thank you very much for being here, having real conversation. It was a pleasure. Even yesterday in the break, under the sky, we had the discussion. I do appreciate it, so thank you very much. Because the balance between failure and success is very tight and delicate in each of the cases, and it's only with assertive and strategic actions that we can direct events into constructive, future-oriented outcomes and common benefits. What I would like to emphasize here is the role of the European Union, the role of Euronest in developing and realizing this common strategic long-term vision. There are no more doubts that in the European Union that about the renewed geopolitical significance of the Eastern Partnership, the Black Sea region, the South Caucasus. Everything became the hottest part of the foreign affairs policy of Europe. This is well reflected in the strategic documents from the connectivity agenda to the Black Sea strategy. However, they are yet to be filled in with concrete details and implementation plans. And I believe that this needs to be done in a closer cooperation with the Eastern Partnership countries, both on bilateral and multilateral, having Euronest as a convenient and effective platform. This is the reality. There is a lot that can be done and achieved if we align our vision, our tactics, and work together on building resilience. Moldova just showed us it's possible, connecting and interconnecting networks and getting very tangible economic results for our citizens, because they are the final beneficiaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very, very interesting, very instructive. I would like to remind all of us that a 3 minutes limit so that many people can speak, otherwise we will not make it. So I hope your colleagues can stick to this, approximately 3 minutes. We have our next speaker from Ukraine, Volodymyr Ariev. Welcome here. You have the floor. Будь ласка.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to stress that 25 years old men in Ukraine now fighting without fear for independence, and they don't care about spheres of influence. They absolutely don't care who want to move Ukraine to the direction it doesn't want to do. We want to live as we would like, and we are independent states. We never accept any sphere of influences, and I do believe that the lessons of history will be learned by our young colleagues. And we live in time when peace is not a given thing. And this is a time when we have to remind that si vis pacem para bellum. If you want to keep peace, you have to prepare for war. Russia is a pure and blatant threat to all continent. I don't think that it needs any more approvals. But I would like to list some things to make one conclusions later on. Let's count threats that European Union now, you know about Ukraine very well, but European Union now suffers from. It's militarization alongside European Union borders. It's a propaganda, and Russia increased its budget for the next year on 54% in comparison with the current year. You know what they will do with this money. They are financing of confronting sides in every country to press the pain points and to polarize society, to undermine security living there. Now the target is European Union. They spread in fear. The last attacks with drones against Poland, last attacks of drones all over European countries with unidentified flying objects. They want to spread the fear over all Europe. They meddle into elections. They made cyber attacks to infrastructure, media, and governmental websites. Why I listed there? All mentioned things was before Russia starts a war in Ukraine in 2014. So it's good to have this to not sit and to understand that Russia used democracy, used democratic institution to kill democracy as it. They will do preparing everything in European Union to destroy the unity and attack later on. They cannot stop its military machine anymore. And you know, they're economic on the military rails, and even if we stop it now in Ukraine, they need the way out for this black energy of war. They start decades before. So we are in the situation that like before the Second World War in the last century. We are in Ukraine, do our utmost to reduce risks and weakening Russian aggression. But I think that it will be much more effective, and result will be necessary for all of us, for our joint efforts in next things, strengthening military component, strengthening armies, strengthening military productions. The challenge is screaming, do it now. Yesterday, we had to do it yesterday, but now is the red line for that. Strengthening sanctions against Russia. It should be a real health sanctions that makes it impossible to live and to continue the war. And strengthen our unity. I would like to say that Ukraine now fighting, making a lot of steps forward to be a member of European Union. Yes, we have a lot of obstacles, interior obstacles, like we have a lack of independence of anti-corruption bodies. We need reforms in judicial sphere. We have a serious challenge. We need to make a serious change to law enforcement agencies. Right of opposition and stop sanctioning opposition leaders with no grounds. A lot of things and obstacles from some European states that doesn't want to let us to start. But I do think that in the future we will overcome all these obstacles, and together with Armenia, together with Moldova, and I hope together with Georgia, and I think EIS should much more help to Georgian civil society and independent media to restore democracy that were demolished by ruling party in Georgia. Unity. Unity is our future. Without it, I think we will be faced to the very bad consequences, but I do believe in that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for this. And now we go to Per Clausen from the European Parliament.
Thank you very much. I think the solidarity with Ukraine in the defense against the Russian war of aggression is very important and necessary. And I think it's our duty to support them in this war and in the reconstruction of Ukraine. I also agree that we must stand together against Russia's cyber war and the other threats against the neighbors and other countries, as my own country, Denmark, which is also traded by the United States in Greenland. So in Denmark we say no to Putin and no to Trump. In this context, I would like to point out three things. Firstly, it's absolutely crucial that we defend democracy and the right to free speech, regardless of who violates it, and that we criticize and attack on it, regardless of who is behind these attacks, even when they are carried out by people who claim to be friends of the EU. Secondly, we must defend the rights of all people to live as they want and with whom they want. Human rights apply to everyone. We must focus on human rights, LGBT+ rights, and fight against any form of racism. Thirdly, it's important to ensure social stability and cohesion to create good living conditions for ordinary people. Therefore, we must defend workers' rights, the right to go to work without getting hurt, getting sick or killed, the right to good wages and working conditions, the right to form trade unions and to be a member of them, the right to enter into collective agreements so that we can have a fair labour market. I think it's necessary if we want to secure a democratic Europe that we live up to our own standards in every time. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and it's really impressive how European Parliament rules discipline us so we can say things in a very precise manner. Thank you for doing this. And now we move to our Armenian friend, Eleanor Vardanyan. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, as we speak of a new chapter for the
Eastern Partnership, we must remember that democracy and security are not abstract goals. They are built on the lives and dignity of human beings. Today, I draw your attention to two urgent humanitarian and moral issues that reveal the real test of our shared values: the continued detention of Armenian prisoners of war in Baku and the destruction of Armenian cultural heritage in Nagorno-Karabakh. Let me begin with the prisoners of war. No democracy can be genuine while there are still prisoners of war. Yet today, years after the end of the war in 2020 and ethnic cleansing of Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh in 2023, there are verified 23. However, numerous facts indicate of more than 80 Armenians in Azerbaijani custody, held in violation of Geneva Conventions. Credible reports describe harsh conditions, psychological pressure, and even attempts at self-harm. Last visit by the International Committee of Red Cross was in June. This organization has suspended its activities in Baku at the demand of Azerbaijani authorities. Now, no independent international organization has the permission to visit the prisoners. These people are not merely detainees. They are political hostages used to exert pressure on Armenia and silence any voice about Nagorno-Karabakh. This practice undermines every principle that Eastern Partnership claims to defend, because when states are allowed to trade human lives and political advantage, security collapses and democracy loses its moral authority. Dear colleagues, the European Union and the European Parliamentary Assembly have always stood for human rights, dignity, and rule of law. We cannot remain indifferent when those principles are openly violated within Eastern Partnership region. That is why I call on this Assembly to demand immediate and unconditional access for humanitarian organizations to the release of all Armenian prisoners and accountability for those responsible for their inhumane treatment. At the same time, we cannot ignore another form of assault, the erasure of Armenian cultural and religious heritage in Nagorno-Karabakh. Centuries-old churches, khachkars, and cemeteries, even whole settlements are being desecrated, erased, or restored beyond recognition. This is not collateral damage. This is cultural cleansing, an attempt to rewrite history and to erase a people's presence from their land. These actions breach the 1954 Hague Convention and contradict the spirit of cultural dialogue that Euronest Assembly was created to protect. Colleagues, if we are truly opening a new chapter for the Eastern Partnership, let it be one in which security is inseparable from justice and peace is measured by respect for human life and cultural identity. I therefore call upon Assembly to demand immediate access and release of all Armenian prisoners held in Baku, support the creation of independent international mission to document and safeguard Armenian heritage in Nagorno-Karabakh, condemn all forms of cultural and humanitarian violations, reaffirm that democracy and partnership cannot survive without truth, justice, and accountability. Honorable members, in the age of global threats to democracy, our credibility begins at home by defending those whose voices have been silenced. Peace cannot be built on captivity. Security cannot stand on denial, and democracy cannot flourish when history itself is under attack. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And the next speaker is Andrei Kovachev from the European Parliament. Andrei, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, dear friends. I'm extremely happy to be here at Euronest Assembly and to see so many friends, so many colleagues with whom I worked in the years before, but also to meet with new people in this very difficult geopolitical situation where we are now. we need to give a very positive signal of this meeting. Doesn't matter what we are talking here if it's staying here. So I would like to go on this social media and try to disseminate what we are doing here is a positive step. Now the presence of our friends and colleagues from the Turkey, it's a great that they are here, our guests in Yerevan. The reconciliation with Azerbaijan is very important because reconciliation and connectivity means prosperity for the people, means future for the young generation. This is what we need to learn. Yes, we need to know the history, we need to know what has happened, we need to overcome these extremely negative events, what's happened in the past, but not to continue this terrible situation. And then for sure, European Parliament many times adopted resolutions that unconditional release of all detainees in Azerbaijan need to be done, and this is clear, and this is our position. There's no doubt on this, but also reconciliation and freedom. This is something which should not be jeopardized. About this so-called sphere of interest, indeed, sphere of influence. I mean, this is the conception of dictatorships, that they would like to have a deal between them and divide the world in this sphere. We should learn from the history and not repeat the history, and the countries, the people need to decide by their own where they would like to be. And in 2002, I found now a speech of Putin where he said on the accession to NATO of Ukraine that Russia has nothing against this, that this is something which will hamper or jeopardize the relations between the Russian Federation and Ukraine. So he lied those days with this statement, and then we know what's happening now. But again, I would like first to congratulate all of you, to tell you that the big majority in the European Parliament is supporting the democratic reforms and the democratization and the Europeization of all of your countries, and to spread the good news, because the algorithms of the big platforms like, for example, Facebook and others, unfortunately are engagement-based, and they make visibility of the negative one and of the propaganda, and very little of the positive messages. Let's try to make our positive message from here more visible. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. It's a great remark on this positivity. Thank you. A couple of applause from our side. Anna Grigoryan from Armenia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. Despite the initial peace treaty in Washington between Armenia and Azerbaijan, I would like to bring to your attention fundamental issues we believe have to be addressed if we really want to talk about long-lasting peace and stability in the region. Otherwise, we deal with the illusion of peace, not the real peace on the ground. The first and most urgent humanitarian issue remains the immediate and unconditional return of Armenian prisoners of war and civilian captives held in Azerbaijan. Despite clear obligations under the Geneva Convention, at least 23 Armenian prisoners of war continue to be unlawfully detained and tortured long after active hostilities ended. Their prolonged detention not only violates international humanitarian law, but also undermines any prospect for genuine peace. In comparison, for instance, recently in Sharm el-Sheikh, the world's attention and diplomacy have mobilized to demand the release of hostages and prisoners within the framework of Gaza ceasefire agreement. Yet when Armenian soldiers and civilians remain held in violation of the same international norms, unfortunately, the world's response is alarmingly muted. Human rights cannot be selective, and I'm sitting next to a Ukrainian delegation. I could hardly imagine that they can accept any type of peace deal that excludes the return of their compatriots from hostage. Equally urgent is the protection of Armenian cultural and religious heritage in Nagorno-Karabakh. My colleague has also mentioned this. And this is not merely what we see now in the occupied Artsakh territories is a cultural genocide, which is a real attempt to erase history of Armenian presence in the region. Dear colleagues, in 2023, more than 100,000 Armenians have been forcibly displaced from their ancestral homes in Nagorno-Karabakh, one of the largest acts of ethnic cleansing in the South Caucasus in recent history. If peace is to have meaning, the right of collective, safe and dignified return of these people has to be respected. The right to return is not a political slogan, it's a fundamental principle of international law. To deny this right is to legitimize the forced depopulation of a region that has been Armenian for millennia. Another unsolved issue is the continued presence of Azerbaijani forces inside the sovereign borders of Armenia, including occupation of even graveyards, for instance in my hometown, as well as strategic heights, which is a direct threat to our national security, and the immediate withdrawal of Armenian forces, Azerbaijani forces from Armenian territory has no alternative. Distinguished delegates, true security cannot exist without justice at home. Today we have heard a lot of assessments concerning the backslide of democracy in Georgia, but unfortunately little was spoken, or to be more accurate, no word was uttered concerning non-democratic actions of Armenian government and political persecutions against opposition in Armenia. So I need to tell you the truth. Sadly, today there are dozens of political prisoners in Armenia, including our colleague, Member of Parliament Artur Sargsyan, 2 archbishops, which is unprecedented in the history of Armenia, prominent Armenian philanthropist Samvel Karapetyan, many opposition mayors, advocates, high-ranking clergies. We also witness direct government interference in the judiciary. The dismissal of the head of the Supreme Judicial Council, reportedly following an SMS from the Prime Minister, and you hear it correctly, SMS from the Prime Minister, highlights the extent of political interference in the judiciary. Several judges have become known for consistently approving politically-driven decisions, undermining the very notion of judicial independence. And by the way, Armenian population knows all those judges name by name. Courts cannot serve the law, must serve the law, not political power. When the judiciary becomes an instrument of intimidation, democracy begins to decay from within. And I need to be very frank with you. Armenian society expects some kind of assessment from our European colleagues. And this is something I need to mention. And to conclude, if Armenia is to survive as a free and sovereign state, it must ensure that no citizen is imprisoned for their political beliefs and that the justice system remains independent, transparent, and accountable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think it's a natural transition to Artur Khachaturian.
Thank you, Sergei. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, once again I would like to welcome you in Armenia. And I hope that this 12th ordinary session will mark a new beginning of the history of Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. We talked a lot about connectivity in this region. So I want to grab the opportunity of having members of Turkish Parliament here and to ask them a question. And a question to the Turkish government. When are you going to lift the blockade of Armenia? Turkey has imposed blockade against Armenia in April 1993, 32.5 years ago. It is the only closed border in Greater Europe. Of course, I am not talking about Russia-Ukrainian front line. If we are really determined to ensure connectivity, to ensure civilized relations between nations, to ensure free flow of goods and people, we shall channel this question to the Turkish government. When are you going to lift the blockade? The other question, according to the representative of Armenian government, Armenia's government and Turkish government had a preliminary agreement to open Marghara border crossing for third country nationals and holders of diplomatic passports. When are you going to respect this promise, if the promise was indeed achieved, as stated by Armenian officials? Another question is, when are you going to stop using the corridor language? Azerbaijan and Turkey keep calling the route that is mainly known as TRIP, as a Dangezur corridor. The summit of Organization of Turkish States in Gabala on the October of 12 against use this word. Do you think using this language contributes to normalization of the relations between Armenia and Turkey? Well, now back to Azerbaijan. As Mr. Kovalchev stressed and reminded, the European Parliament on several occasions has demanded release of Armenia's prisoners and demanded ensuring dignified, safe, collective return of Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh back to their homelands. We have tabled an amendment, and I also want to extend my sincere thanks to colleagues who have co-sponsored this amendment, and I ask this Assembly to vote in favor of this resolution, of this amendment. I believe that Europe will not be held hostage of Azeri oil and gas blackmail. And the last but not least, may I quote the words of Martin Luther King Jr. At the end of the day, we will not remember the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. And since we believe that Europe is our good friend, and we are a good friend of Europe, we ask them not to ignore the troubling signs of backsliding of democracy in Armenia, as also was noted by our colleagues here. For instance, criminal prosecution against posts on social media, to mention just one, and not to abuse the police and other law enforcement agencies. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your statement. We continue with Andrea Wechsler from Germany, from CDU. Yes.
Colleagues, Excellencies, dear friends, let me begin by thanking our hosts in the National Assembly of the Republic of Armenia for their warm hospitality here in Yerevan. It's a pleasure to be here. Now, the 12th Ordinary Session of the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly sits at the intersection of war, hybrid threats, economic coercion, disinformation, energy weaponization, and democratic backsliding. But let me be very clear and encouraging. We are here to govern those challenges and risks together. And colleagues, therefore, I would like to speak to you as a co-chair of the Committee on Economic Integration, Legal Approximation and Convergence with EU Policies, our ECO Committee. And my message focusing on economic policies is the following. Our task for the upcoming month is to translate principles into projects, dialogue into delivery. We owe our citizens results that they can feel in their daily lives. So let us make this session the moment we pivot from speeches to concrete deliverables for the next couple of months. First, let us launch a focused resilience program on critical infrastructure protection, cyber defense capacity, and real-time counter-disinformation support for electoral processes. Second, let us prioritize financing for concrete energy security projects such as interconnectors, storages, and renewables that knit our region together and diversify supply. Third, let us pilot mutual recognition pathways and conformity assessment support for SMEs, a sort of single market ready track so that small producers can meet EU standards faster and at lower cost. Fourth, let us scale up people-to-people mobility through scholarships, trainee schemes, and youth exchanges and make tangible progress in visa facilitation. And fifth, if peace and friendship and border talks in this region continue to move forward, we should be ready with pre-agreed support for border modernization, trade corridors, and cross-border business incubation. Colleagues, the Eastern Partnership began as a promise. In this age of war and pressure, it must now become an instrument of security and prosperity. Our citizens will judge us by the speed and scale of what we deliver. Let us write this new chapter with actions and make the next 12 months the most productive in Euronest history. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask you, are those proposals also in some of the documents of your committee?
They are in the documents of the committee, but I think the core is to bring them to action.
Yeah. Just good to see them and to have them as a list so that we can maybe start working on them. Thank you very much for this very concrete and specific proposals. We go to Aurelius Verriga from the European Parliament. Is he here? Yes.
Here I am.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues. I'll try to be short. Coming from the country that had to go a long way to regain independence, to become EU and NATO member, I do understand how long and hard way to democracy and security can be. But it's worth to do it. It didn't happen over the night, and we needed support from like-minded partners and friends, and we had it. Now countries of Eastern Partnership needs the support from us. I know there are powers that would be happy if Euronest would fail as a political platform. They would like to keep countries like Armenia, Moldova, Belarus, Georgia, Ukraine, Azerbaijan away from democracy and European integration. We should not allow it to happen. I believe this meeting is already a big success. Maybe not as big as we might like to see it because of some members being absent. But this is like with seeing glass half full or half empty. I would really propose to see that glass more than half full. We see peace process development between Armenia and Azerbaijan. We see Armenia chosen clear pathway to European integration. We have today Turkey members of parliament present. I'm more than convinced that we are on a good way, and I wish all of us to continue with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. It's very good and inspiring. Next one, we have our former co-president and the chair of Ukraine delegation. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Sergei. I take your apology because of your lack of experience that you unveiled yourself, but in organizing a parliamentary debate, I could give you another suggestion, that is that you cannot let speak all the smaller or not even group people and then pass to the end those who are quite bigger. I could have accepted all the speakers of the EPP and all the speakers of the Socialist group, but as a representative of the third group of the European Parliament, I think it was a bit sad to have to wait that long. That said, in 1985, my first political action in politics was loading a little truck with bricks and building rubble and driving it to the Soviet consulate in Antwerp. And we dropped it on the stairs, and agents of the Soviet Union came out, tried to get us, but we had a small but fast car, and we got away with it. We wanted to underline that the Soviet Union built the Berlin Wall through Berlin in 1945, and that it was 40 years ago. And so coming back and dialoguing with my colleagues, they said, why are you doing this? You should be in a dialogue with the Soviet Union. You should be open up and try to convince them to change their regime. And when I said, no, this regime, there is no dialogue with it, it will fall within a few years, they all thought I was a fool. And I kept on thinking I was a fool when I was the first member of parliament of my party. It is now the biggest party of Belgium. And so history, of course, is always just in the end, but it can take some time. Anyhow, when I came here this morning, I saw this bottle and I was very surprised because you can turn this off, and if we would have been in the European Union, it would have been forbidden. Because in the European Union, that is forbidden. I'm not talking about bottles here, I'm just talking about the fact that the European Union comes in with regulations and obligations. And when you announced, Mr. President, that we would be gathering, this meeting would be done in Yerevan, I immediately inscribed myself here because I love the Armenians and I love the Armenian people, and that's why I'm here in Yerevan. And that the only reason why I'm coming here is not to talk about the bottle, but to warn them that to warn the Armenians and all the people of the East. You know, I see your smile. You know what I'm going to say. I'm a critic towards the evolution of the European Union because it's a centralized state and it comes up with obligations. And so, please, my Armenian friends and other friends, Moldavian or Ukrainian friends, be aware that it is a hard burden and that the government in Brussels can steal your sovereignty. And I am with you on your battle for sovereignty, but be aware that you should not rush into a further European enlargement. Also, the European Union should not do that. And that is actually the only thing that I wanted to say to my Armenian colleagues. Be prudent, because it's also a part of a jail. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Also, this perspective is interesting and important. Regarding your procedural comments, as far as I was informed and I am informed, within the Euronest there is no DONT, because if we start applying DONT, then we will have to go through all the parliaments and start comparing the parliaments between each other. This will bring us in big chaos, but I understand that a little bit more sensitivity towards the size of the groups is maybe in order. Thank you so much. So the next one is colleague Maran. Please, you have the floor. Oh, sorry. Yes, actually, Ivan was supposed to speak. That's why I crossed you. Ivan, and then colleague Maran. Yes, please, Ivan.
Thank you very much, dear co-president. I would like to say a few words about fear. This is the second day that a member of European Parliament for Cyprus had said that he is scared. If we Ukrainians were scared, I think the front line would not longer be in the Donbass of Ukraine, but somewhere in the EU countries. Fear is Putin's weapon. He dreams to being feared. In 2008, at the NATO summit in Bucharest, some European leaders were also afraid of NATO enlargement and did not provide Ukraine with a membership action plan. Perhaps if they had not been driven by fear, then Ukrainian children today would not have to wake up almost every night from Russian missiles and drones. And young Ukrainians, many of whom are under 25, would not have to die because of Putin's imperial ambitions. By the way, there is a Russian military base on Wrangler Island very close to Alaska, but I have not heard that the US is particularly afraid of this. And lastly, dear Fidias, I invite you on a tour to eastern Ukraine, where fear passed very quickly. And by the way, there will be a chance to make the best TikTok report. This will increase the number of subscribers, I have to say you. And the last one, if Ukraine's accession to the EU requires attaching caps to the bottle, we will do it, believe me.
Colleague Maran, please, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, thank you, Mr. Chair. As you were approaching to the... I'm sorry, I thought you were talking to me.
Colleague Maran, he was there before, then after that you can take the floor, of course.
Thank you, Chair. We imagine Europe not only as an economical space, but as a community of citizens that are at the moment split in 27 countries, and we hope this number will go up soon. To be part of the European Union, to decide to dialogue with, like we do here in Euronest, it's a choice. Our community, of course, has rules. The European Union is very good in making rules and standards. And we want to have less bureaucracy and more focus on the content of why we are a community. But the first point is that we respect freedom. It's not mandatory to be with us. But everybody should respect freedom, even when freedom says that some other countries want to be closer to the European Union. And no countries should interfere with that. Ukraine should be able to decide of their future. We are here, and the nice thing of Europe is that we can stand side by side saying different things and be free at the end of our speeches. That is not what happened to the people in Belarus. And we stand with our friends, the dissidents, and they have to be out of their border if they don't want to be in jail, and we respect their courage. Sometimes we find more European spirit when we see the European flags in the hands of the Georgian people demonstrating in the street that in some of the room in the European Union buildings. We want peace, and the best way to be in peace is not sending troops in other countries, to invade other countries. That is why we will stand with Ukraine till it's needed, and we do have to enforce our efforts to support them. And we hope we will be soon a real peace among Azerbaijan and Georgia and Armenia, and we want that people that is still in jail should be released as soon as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks so much for this. And now we come to Haik. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, dear colleagues. When you were about to enter to our magnificent building, the building of the Parliament, there was a protest near the fences. And their voices couldn't be heard because it's too far. So I plan to be the voice of those people in these chambers. They were protesting regarding two things. My colleagues had already spoken about the prisoners, Armenian prisoners in Baku. I won't burden you with more details, but I will make your attention to the point that it is crucially important not only the fact of their release, but the fact to visit them. The Red Cross office in Baku was closed, and we have no clue about their well-being. Some of our compatriots were on a hunger strike, and we don't even know if it was ended or it still continues. It's a shame for me as an MP to speak about my compatriots in that way, that we have no clue about that, but it's a fact. So we are extremely thankful to the European Parliament, to the colleagues who were active on that, for all the resolutions. We are thankful to having that in the report of Euronest, but we need to act in a humanitarian way at the moment. We need to ask your ambassadors in Baku, the ambassador of European Union, to visit them, just for us, just for the relatives to know about their well-being. The second issue they were protesting about is the political prisoners in Armenia. And I'm 100% agree with the colleague, the previous speaker, Mr. Moran, that yeah, after this meeting, everyone will talk their mind and will be free. Not everyone. There are 40 political prisoners in my country, from archbishops to MPs to philanthropists to mayors. One of them was the candidate for the impeachment process that we have initiated, who was arrested yesterday. So 40 people. I'm sure the representatives of the ruling party will bring very many reasons why they are in prison. But you know, there was an old saying, I believe it was from the Soviet times. If there is a person who has to be arrested, they will find an article for that. So, getting to the last part of it, I'm not the only one saying that there are political prisoners in our country. EPP made a resolution on that, CDI made a resolution on that, so it's just the reality. And concluding, regarding the peace, you know, at these times, politics and marketing or sales, there are too many commonalities between these two spheres. So the ruling party is making a sales pitch. And I don't buy it because there are very important blueprints up there, fine prints up there, including the fact that more than 200 kilometers of my homeland are occupied by Azerbaijan, that my brothers are in Baku, that are many people, more than 100, who have gone missing and we don't know their fate. And most important, one of the most important things is including the churches and the monasteries that are demolished in Nagorno-Karabakh. But once more, we need a guarantee for peace. Azerbaijan is not a state that you can rely on something was said or even signed. You need a guarantee. And I do want to say for you that the document that we have signed between Armenia and European Union, the SEPA agreement, it stated the rights of the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh people, and it was adopted in the legislative parliaments, in the parliaments of all member states. And to conclude with one sentence, one of the speakers said that European Union is becoming more geopolitical. Well, maybe, but I like it when the European Union is much more of a values. So thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. And we really are getting a time problem, so I would ask you to really stick to the 3 minutes rule. I didn't enforce it, but please, otherwise we're not going to make it through the rest of the meeting. Colleague Bosdorf, please, you have the floor.
Yes, dear colleagues, thank you very much. We heard a lot about banning parties, the freedom of speech, about the civil society. I'm from Germany. I'm from the biggest party in Germany in the polls at the moment, from the AfD. And we know all these things because socialists in Germany tried to ban our party. Our freedom of speech is not working as it should do in a democracy. And speaking about civil society, we know that a big part of that so-called civil society is paid by the state just in order to fight against our democratic oppositional party. Now we are here in Armenia, and I'm very fond of being in Armenia. I like Georgia, I like Armenia, and I think Euronest has a very important function to bring all the countries together and to work very close together. But we miss the Georgian delegation. They are absent, and nobody asks why. We say, yes, there was an election in Georgia, and seemingly nobody is able to accept the result of the Georgian elections, but they wrote to the Euronest delegation that I cited that Euronest must reflect on whether its present path truly strengthens regional cooperation or burns the partnership bridges down. Its over-politicized approach undermines the credibility of the Assembly and the integrity of the broader partnership between the European Union and its associated states. We should work on it. We should work on working very professional together and not only ideological. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. And just to maybe to react to this, because to clarify this, I'm not sure what is over ideological. We even were ready to host Azerbaijani delegation and also the Georgian delegation, despite the calls to disinvite one of them, and we said no, they are welcome here. So they actually, with writing letters, they politicized their participation. Just to make it clear, and also the fact that all parties are represented here and have the right to speak, I think this speaks for quite to the contrary. But sorry, I just needed to react in terms of the framework, of the political framework. Now I have the floor for Mr. Kolik Yegoyan, please.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Unfortunately, I should partly agree with some members of our oppositionary fractions. They, in a way, in their way, deem that some of the prisoners who were involved in politics are political prisoners. From their perspective, in a way, they are right. Why? Because their political views cross the line of criminal code. I don't know, maybe it's a topic for another judicial debate. What should we do when political views contradict to the criminal code? Should it be considered as a crime or not? Maybe there should be a new school of jurisdiction which would say then maybe not. But what should we do when a said archbishop is calling for coup d'etat, and not once, not twice, but thrice, publicly? What should we do when a member of the fraction which represents Mr. Mamedjanyan is threatening peaceful protesters by a gun, and then after 7.5 years is convicted for that action, in which authoritarian regime a litigation would last 7.5 years? Does it? How it's being done in authoritarian regimes? 7.5 years, judges are discussing how he was threatening peaceful protesters. But not to go into this kind of a debate, I want to share with you some of the data, not from us, not from the opposition, but from international organizations. Freedom of press. Where is Armenia now? According to international non-governmental organization Reporters Without Borders, Armenia ranks 34th worldwide among 180 countries by the level of freedom of press, by the way, ahead of 9 EU member states. Ahead of 9 EU member states. It sounds impressive even to me. For comparison, in 2017, the last year when the current opposition was in power, Armenia ranked 79th worldwide among 187. So 45 ranks below the current rank. Interesting. According to Economist Intelligence Unity, Armenia has improved its position in democracy index from 111th place in 2017 to 82nd among 165 states, which means an advancement by 29 ranks in 7 years. I think improvement should be. We should be proud of this improvement. Of course, our rank is not better than that of Norway or Sweden, but it is the best rank our country has ever scored. And I think it's very unfair to underestimate or belittle this achievement. According to Freedom House, ranking on freedom on the net since 2017, Armenia's position has been improved by 6 points, not ranks, but points, from 68 to 74. For comparison, EU founding member Italy received 75 points, France received 76 points, and Germany received 77 points. And this happens in times when, according to the same ranking, global internet freedom declined for the 14th consecutive years. And the last data, if I may, Sergei. According to Transparency International Corruption Perception Index, since 2017, Armenia improved its position from 107 in the ranking to 63rd in the ranking, improving its position by 44 ranks. And by the way, ahead of 5 EU member states. So, what are we discussing now? What are talking my colleagues about when talking about declining? We are improving the situation better and better. At least we are doing way more better than it was 7 years ago. This was the information that I would like to share with you. There were a few more data, but since there are time limitations.
Yes, thank you. I hope we have clarified the domestic fight within the Armenian parliament by these information.
We are in the Armenian
I hope
parliament.
very much that we will not get into, because it always happens, and there are certain parliaments who start fighting their domestic fights on the Euronest platform. Let's try not to do so. We know...
Sorry, Sergei, this is not a domestic fight. Yesterday, when Mr. Nacho Sanchez Amor made a comment, it went viral on the internet. In the country when we have ranked, I said, which position in freedom of net. Those speeches today that were praising our democracy, that of the Rasa Yukneviciene, Lukasz Sipe, Krzysztof Preza, Dan Barna, Andrei Kovachev, Aurelius Veiga, these speeches will not go into oppositionary media, which constitutes 80% of our media. I want this to be clear. We are not discussing our internal issues. We are discussing our issues vis-à-vis Armenia-EU relations.
Thank you. And I didn't mean your intervention, I meant also the interventions before, and I made it also clear in my statement, the one thing that we trust your democracy, and we trust your government, and we trust your Prime Minister. This is the position so far that we have articulated. I just wanted to caution us from going down that path, and I didn't mean you, I meant everyone, also from other parties, having a debate like this again and again. Sorry, I just know it from various such meetings that it becomes, yeah, I know. Thank you for this. Adrian Bautel from Moldova, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you a lot for all the kind words and encouragement and cheering for our victory. It's greatly appreciated. We're looking forward within the Euronest format to delegate as soon as possible a full-fledged delegation so we can plenarily contribute to the work of Euronest. We consider it an important platform and we're really looking forward. Now I'll just take 2 minutes because each of us, we are keen to go into the personal or country-specific issues when we're talking about the topic of our debate. The new chapter of Eastern Partnership. And I just want to take several moments to look back on how far we've come in Eastern Partnership and to look back on 2 main elements. First, regional threats. Regional threats never disappeared in Eastern Partnership because the regional threat in Eastern Partnership is one, and it's Russia. And regardless of what countries of Eastern Partnership did in the past or will do in the future, more keen to integrate into European Union, less keen to integrate in European Union, the threat will not go anywhere. And the argument that the closer integration will provoke Russia, it's precisely a Russian narrative that is very harmful to the aspirations of the people of Eastern Partnership countries for more democracy, for more Europeanization, for better quality of life, which is very often associated to European Union. Because I want to remind you that back in the days when Eastern Partnership was launched, It was not a topic about the EU integration. It was merely a philosophical debate whether sometimes Eastern Partnership countries will get a shot of EU integration. It was the principle of more for more. It was the response to the aspiration of the people of Eastern Partnership countries to get more opportunities in the relations with the European Union, to get more opportunities to transpose what is called rule of law and democracy in their countries, in their governance models. And we've come that far that Moldova and Ukraine, and at some point in the past, Georgia, really took off in this aspiration of becoming European Union members. Ukraine paid the highest price for this aspiration. Moldova faced the biggest waves of hybrid threats. Georgia is paying now a tremendously big price in all the rollback on democracy that we are facing. But one thing that should not change from now on and should not be cancelled because of the threats is the aspirations, the response of the European Union to the aspirations of the people from Eastern Partnership to get a chance on Europeanization of their countries. Because it's much more than just membership perspective. It's a model of governance, it's a model of organization of the society. So we really need to look on this. And please do not connect it to the response of Russia. Response of Russia will not change, unfortunately. Thank you very much. We'll be looking to respond to this and to act by this principle. We're gonna work on building a more European, a more resilient and a more prosperous society based on the model that we see in European Union. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And because we have to close here and to leave the room at 7, we close the speakers list. I'm so sorry. We still have a number of people here on the list. And I would like to give the floor to Oliver Schenk and then to the colleague, wait a second, who is this? No, first to the colleague Panayuto, then Oliver Schenk, and then Lukas Zipor. These are the three, and then we go to our guests and give them the floor. Please, you have the floor.
Hello again, guys. A lot of people commented on my previous speech, and I want to respond. Some of the comments were ironic, some of the comments were interesting, but I want to explain you how I see the big picture, and maybe I'm wrong. So, the United States was responsible for the 2014 what happened in Ukraine. So that's why the United States now is trying to weaken Europe, weaken Russia, and we are at war, and we are buying weapons from United States, and we are both getting weaker. So I want a future with Ukraine, with Armenia, and also with Russia. And maybe also I see some colleagues from Turkey as well here. Maybe with Turkey as well, if we solve the Cyprus problem as well, since I'm from Cyprus. So this is my perspective. So we need to, because how the world works is like big powers do whatever they want. They start wars and it's okay. This is how it works. So we need to become powerful. So we want a Europe that is powerful. That's my perspective. And I love you all again.
Thank you, and we love you too again. Thanks. Oliver, you as the chair of our political committee.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And if you don't mind, I would like to switch to German and ask your headphones to take. Ich wollte eigentlich gar nicht.
I didn't really want to take the floor when I came here today. But then after these last contributions, it seems that there is a discussion to have. I was very impressed by the speeches that I heard yesterday and today. They really spoke to me. They spoke of the real commitment. And I feel this commitment within the region. But I wanted to mention a point now that I've been missing up until now, but I think it's an important point. Many people have great hope in the European Union. I can feel that. But the EU is facing many major challenges. We've heard a couple of contributions, for example, that were critical towards us. There are huge global challenges for the EU, with this trade conflict between the US and China, for example. I don't want to go into too much detail, but I think it's clear to everybody what I mean here. Our population is skeptical to new initiatives that we start. Many people want to limit the EU. I think we need to be very clear here that this would be the wrong path. We need to do something in order to be more competitive. We need to invest in our own economic strength. I think our commitment in the Eastern Partnership is not just a security investment for Europe, it's also an investment in our competitiveness, in our European economic competitiveness. We've seen this constantly. I come from Saxony myself. This is a region that began a peaceful revolution in 1989. When we acceded to Germany and then to Europe, it made Germany and Europe stronger. And so I'm completely convinced that all of our commitments here in this region are not just about security, but it's about the economy as well, and this gives us strength within Europe. Strength in order to tackle other challenges, and it brings us to a stronger position. I think people will be thankful if we go down this path because it will give them greater hope. Thank you.
Danke. Eine tolle Intervention.
Thank you for the excellent intervention. That was very helpful. And finally, I will give Lucas Sieper the floor. This is a great responsibility. You have the floor. And then the guests can respond.
I will take up this responsibility by putting two things into the right light that were said. Firstly, our colleague from the Patriots of Europe, who gained his political expertise in combating the Soviet Union, an empire of lies, unfortunately dropped one lie, that Europe, that Brussels steals sovereignty from its people. And this is deeply wrong for one simple fact. You cannot join the European Union without the will of your people. It's legally impossible. If you join the European Union, then that's by a democratic decision of your people. If you give up sovereignty to the European Union, that is by a democratic decision of your people. So saying that Europe steals that power is simply wrong, and as you are very experienced, dear colleague, I think you know what you're talking about, so it's a lie. So if you are really a patriot for Europe, you should not tell this lie here in this chamber to our friends and to our colleagues. Secondly, to what our colleague Fidias said, claiming that what happens in Ukraine is the doing or the responsibility of the Americans is nothing but denying the Ukrainians their right to their own decisions, their right to choose their own path. Russia is the one that crossed the Ukrainian border in 2014, first with their green little men, which then surprisingly turned out to be Russian soldiers, and they are also the one who crossed the Ukrainian border again when they started their war of aggression. So you can, of course, talk about complex geopolitical situations. In the end, when you cross a border, you are the aggressor. Thank you very much. Thank you for your contributions and for your work in this wonderful delegation.
Thank you. If I, before we go to our guests, if I may express a wish, because we have such a good atmosphere with each other and climate with each other, that we attack and argue with each other, but do not say that someone is spreading, intentionally spreading a lie. If I may wish. I mean, it's up to you to say something, but let's keep the level of discussions civilized.
I agree.
Everything else I could sign myself, and but this, if I may.
I agree with you, Chair, and I hope the colleague doesn't take it personally. I think you should, between
Yeah,
friends, also be able to voice harsh criticism.
So thank you for this discussion, which was very informative. And with now, we are looking for wise conclusion by our friends and guests. Please, Ismail Karayel from the Turkish Parliament, you have the floor, and then we go to our Georgian friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. Please warn me when the 2.5 minutes is over, because there is no counting here. Dear chairs, dear heads of delegations, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, I would like to begin my words by expressing my sincere thanks to co-chairs of Euronest PA, Mr. Lagodinsky and Mr. Krulko, and also new co-chair, Mrs. Karapetyan. Head of the Armenian delegation of the Euronest PA, for inviting us to the 12th ordinary session. I also would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Mrs. Karapetyan for their warm hospitality and for the excellent organization. As you know, today marks the 102nd anniversary of the foundation of Republic of Turkey. We believe that being here in Yerevan on such a happy day and addressing the Euronest PA session is significant. In this period of escalating regional conflicts, the importance of dialogue and cooperation with EU member states, candidate countries, and the EU's Eastern Partnership countries has been understood once again. As we have emphasized on every platform, Turkey's EU membership continues to be a strategic priority. We expect the EU to show its potential will, adopt a holistic and visionary approach, and enhance Turkey-EU relations with concrete steps. We also emphasize the importance of EU treating all candidate countries equally and fairly. As you know, 2005, Turkey officially began accession negotiations with the EU. Unfortunately, shortly after the launch of accession talks, our process was blocked for political reasons. Despite all the political obstacles, Turkey remains committed to EU accession. Turkey resolutely upholds democratic values and standards, and thus is determined to protect and promote human rights to a higher level. Reform packages adopted in line with the Judiciary Reform Package of 2019 and the Human Rights Action Plan of 2021 were instrumental in further enhancing human rights in our country. In this context, we expect the EU to open Chapter 23 and Chapter 24, which addresses judiciary, fundamental rights, and justice. Freedom and security would represent a meaningful step forward in revitalizing Turkey-EU relations. On the other hand, Turkey is involving in EU-led security and defense initiatives, including SAFE, is both a strategic necessity and a sign of the EU's commitment to inclusive cooperation with a key NATO ally and candidate country. So, as a leading NATO ally and an EU candidate country with advanced military capabilities and sound defense industrial base, Turkey's contribution can be an important opportunity for EU capacity. Finally, I want to also draw your attention to the events in Palestine. The number of Palestinians killed in Israel's ceasefire violation of the Gaza, which began last night, has risen to 63, and 24 of them were children. We emphasize once again that full compliance with the ceasefire is of vital importance for preserving the hope of lasting peace and establishing regional security. For the questions of our Armenian friend, as you know, the normalization process between Turkey and Armenia, aiming to establish mutual trust, unconditionality was initiated. The latest meeting of special representatives took place on 12 September 2025 in Yerevan. We closely follow the mutual development in the fields of trade, transportation, culture, and academia. We hope to see positive outcomes of special representatives soon. As for the Trump route or trip route, we are also looking forward to see outcomes of negotiations between the US and Armenia. Once again, I would like to thank you all for being here and inviting us. It was our pleasure to be here with you at the Euronest meeting here in Armenian Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for joining us. Thank you so much. And now the floor goes to representatives of the Georgian delegation group, to be very clear, group of guests. Please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President, dear co-presidents, dear colleagues. It is my utmost honor to represent my beloved country, to represent the democratic forces of Georgia and the Georgian people that have been courageously and tirelessly fighting for a European future. One colleague here asked why the Georgian Dream delegation is not here, and the reason they're not here is because they do not want to hear the truth. The truth is the following, my dear friends. While Moldova recently proved with their parliamentary elections and victory that Europe can prevail over Russia, and while Ukraine proves every day that Europe is worth fighting for, Georgia, once a front-runner in European Integration Association trio, unfortunately has turned into a one-party dictatorship, derailing Georgia's historic path to Europe and throwing it in the arms of Putin. The truth is that while Armenia and Azerbaijan have made historic strides in securing a lasting peace in the South Caucasus region, to promote the prosperity of their countries and their people, unlocking indeed unprecedented opportunities for connectivity and prosperity, Georgia is instead becoming an autocratic bottleneck, a strategic foothold for economic and political influence, not for Europe, not for our friends, but for Europe's adversaries. As Europe thinks about its cross-regional connectivity agenda, we must have a sober recognition of the fact that economic integration is not possible, where societal fabric is being systematically and violently torn apart by a regime that no longer represents the aspirations of its people, when families are separated and thrust into terror through mass arrests and intimidation. Today, Georgia, once known for its reform and democratic transformation, has more political prisoners per capita than Putin's Russia itself. Most political leaders are in jail. The biggest opposition political parties are to be outlawed through a mock constitutional process announced yesterday. Peaceful protesters are thrown in jail just for carrying the European flag. Draconian laws and mass terror have made civil society activity essentially illegal. Journalists are targeted, and now, in a wave of new repressions, the academia has been targeted in an effort to silence dissenting voices in academia as well. But freedom-loving Georgians will not be silenced. We will not surrender, and we will fight until it's not too late. These are the words of Mzia Amarlobeli, a true symbol of Georgian people's European flight, an independent female journalist jailed by the regime. The recent decision of the European Parliament to award her, along with Andrei Pachebut, the 2025 Sakharov Prize is the most esteemed recognition of her struggle and that of the Georgian people against tyranny and injustice. And I would like to thank you on behalf of all freedom-loving Georgians for that recognition and that incredible tribute. Action is also needed from EU member states to halt international financial institutions from pouring EU taxpayer money into the corrupt pockets of Georgia's autocrat and his enablers, to suspend visa-free travel in a targeted fashion for Ivanishvili and his cronies, to target the regime, not the citizens, and to do so without delay. European inaction on Georgia means emboldening him in Ukraine, in Moldova, in Armenia, here where our dear hosts have indeed made historic strides in their path of democratization and in their path to Europe. Taking action is not only a moral but a pragmatic imperative for our security and the prosperity of all of our citizens. Many thanks again for the opportunity to address you. Together we are stronger, and today's session is a true testament to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. These are the best two final words for our meeting that you could imagine. Thank you for this, because the question was raised here. I don't know who raised this question, why Georgian Dream was not present. It was their choice. They could have come, but they decided not to do so. They still can join in the future. It's their choice. Thank you very much for this discussion. This was really informative and lively. We will continue with our next session here at 9 o'clock tomorrow, where we will consider and vote the motions for resolution as adopted by the committees. I'm looking forward to seeing you today during the dinner hosted by the President of this Parliament. Thank you everyone for bearing with us. All the best and see you tomorrow.